one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I think we have looks like a packed schedule this morning, so I don't want to bore the group with a bunch of mindless chatter. Let's get started with the roll call.
Lorraine Cost.
Here.
Joel Benito.
Present.
John Lusnar.
Present.
Vinnie Toronto.
Here.
John Windsor.
Here.
Terri Castor, invested excused. David Lane.
Here.
Laura Lee Thompson. Stephanie Ely. Here. Melissa Martin.
Here.
Courtney Barker.
Here.
Todd Swingle. Now we're expecting him. Dennis Basile.
Here.
Jay Moynihan.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Real quick, I want to welcome Jay Moynihan to the group.
Thank you. Good morning.
He's a new member. Nice to have
be
him.
here.
He's in the real estate sector. One really quick thing, if you guys would keep Terri, in your prayers. He had a hip replacement this week. I understand everything's well, but seems like a major surgery to me. I'd want people to pray for me too. So, all right. Let's go ahead and approve the agenda for today. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor of approving today's agenda?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. And the approval of the minutes of last month. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
John,
Second.
second?
Second.
Second by Stephanie. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. Hi, Virginia.
Good morning.
We want to get started on the monthly progress and fiscal report.
Right, so this is actually last month was quarterly report time, so that's what since we didn't meet last month, we're on quarterly report. So for the monthly progress report, I just want to highlight a couple things that aren't in the quarterly finance and project reports. So the second bullet there, we received 66 funding applications through our review process. 5 were either eliminated or withdrawn, and since that original email we sent you saying there were 61, we've had 2 more that have fallen out, so we're at 59 now, and we'll go through that, line by line when we get to that, but that's the big picture. Derelict vessels, another 5 derelict vessels were removed this month. Yay, yes. Yeah. The Tell Us What You Think survey that IFAS Extension Services has been doing for us, that has closed and is being analyzed now. We'll try to bring you those results in January. And our video production bid finally closed. We're in the contracting process with somebody new, appears to be the apparent low bidder. And as soon as we get that, we'll have them doing those get to know you videos with the new members and those who haven't done their videos yet. And then we will also work on project videos. And for the beaches, leaky sewer laterals, I just wanted to point out we've had 15 repairs completed so far, and the county commission is considering an ordinance that might mandate repairs. That was tabled the first time it came up, but there was significant support for that to come back as an agenda item. So I think we will see that again in the near future.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Can we structure that ordinance so the cities can opt out or opt in? So, you know what I mean? Like
yes.
you would apply city, countywide? So-
That was
Okay.
the intent, I believe.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you. That's it. Sorry.
All right. Anything else any questions on the monthly progress report before we jump into financials?
Regarding the ordinance, does it appear necessary or helpful if we provided a recommendation on it or otherwise took a look or no? Not necessary,
Yeah.
obviously, but
Yes, that could be helpful.
if it fits within the timeline.
Um, Yeah, Commissioner Lober brought that forward, and I'm not sure what his timeline is for bringing it back.
Well, if we can, we should.
Yeah, because the satellite was contemplating doing one, but it's better if the county does it, just because it's the county. And I talked to him about that, and you know, so he was very supportive of it. So I think if we could just maybe all shoot him an email and say, hey, move it along, that would help, because that's a great idea.
Should we make
It
a
really needs to
motion-
get done.
Should we make a motion here to endorse some sort of ordinance?
We can. Does anybody have one?
It would probably have to be generic, since we don't have the language in front of us.
Right.
We could just say, the COC endorses the county creating an ordinance that would mandate leaky lateral repair
Second.
Do you want that to be countywide?
countywide, yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have, anybody want to discuss further? Anybody? Any discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion before us?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, sounds good. All right, when business is getting done.
Okay. All right, for the financial reports, Crystal Melton is going to present, and while she walks up here, it's her birthday, so happy birthday.
Happy
Crystal.
birthday.
Good morning, everyone. So we're going to start with our revenue graph, and we are now at 123 million collected. Was there any questions on the graph?
For those that haven't looked at it, those three, what are the three, can you explain what the three chunks of lines are?
All right, so the very bottom line here, if you can see the mouse moving, is our very first fiscal year. So that's year 17, fiscal year 18 in the middle, and fiscal year 19, which hasn't quite closed out. So we will have, until it's closed out and received, another FY19 report next quarter.
I think it's remarkable how well the forecasts are.
Thank you.
It's kind of, it's really impressive, especially when we start talking the numbers that we're talking, and for them to be so close. Yeah, it's really impressive.
Well, I can't take all the credit. We work as a good team. So, got a great leader over here.
And we've worked with the county's auditors on that projection as well.
All right. So here we're starting off with the 19 report as of November. Was there any questions about our revenues or our expenditures at this point?
Let me just remind you that the revenues actually come in about 3 months behind collections. So while we say we're projecting about 46 million in collections, we're not there yet because we don't have the last checks in from the state.
All right. And then last but not least, we're going to go over this new fiscal year. We are expected to have a total of a $166 million budget. That is including all prior years and this year. So we expect to collect 47 million in this year. And this is where we're at. We've already spent 1 million this year in the Sykes Creek. Any other questions?
You just handed that out, right? Or is
Yes, that is what I just handed out.
Everybody has that?
I think it was emailed, this was emailed to us last month, right?
No, the 19 was emailed, this one was this morning as a handout.
So we're still trying to close out last fiscal year because the state sends
Right.
the revenues 3 months behind. So those revenues accrue back to last fiscal year and keep changing
Those
last
numbers.
fiscal year's
Got it.
report. And then this is this fiscal year's report, and Crystal's been rapidly trying to close out all of last year's POs and open all of this year's POs and encumber all the funds for the approved projects. And so that you just got distributed this morning.
That's our first copy of it.
Your
Okay,
first
all
look
right.
at this year's
I want to make sure there wasn't
financials.
anything changed or something.
Right.
Okay, all right.
So there will be two in the next until also that the budget is completely closed out from our finance department.
Okay, I'll just say you need to tighten up those projections. Being within 1% of a future forecast just isn't close enough. Dennis, did you have a comment or a question?
Just a question. On the reserves, and I'm looking at the quarterly financial statement, reserves of $34 million, is that just basically the difference between cash expended and income? What is the reserves, I guess is my question.
Reserves are, we've got,
Go back to the 2019.
oh, you're on 19?
I'm on the 19
Yeah.
quarterly financial.
Right.
All right.
Reserves
That
in
one
the
right
second to
there.
the bottom row.
Exactly.
Yes, this one right here.
Yes.
Okay. So we have two different reserves. One is specifically for our capital projects. The other aren't capital projects. So most of our reserves are for future projects that have already been allotted. Or, for example, we have our muck dredging projects. Instead of putting everything available, we put it in our reserves because we know we're not going to spend that whole amount that year.
Okay, so it's future funding for already approved projects.
Correct.
Yeah, for multi-year projects.
So we're basically using up all the revenue each year, including the reserves,
Once everything is completed.
accrual-wise.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
I believe that completes me.
Thank you, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
Morning.
So next up is, this is the quarterly performance that, you've
Okay.
seen this green table over and over again. We shifted from monthly to quarterly. So this is when we're gonna go line by line, with, both county staff and city staff presenting updates on the status of these projects. So kicking us off is Courtney on stormwater.
Okay.
Good morning,
So-
Courtney.
Good morning. So for, we have denitrification retrofit of John Rhodes Pond, that's located in Scottsmore, and we have 90% complete. That only includes design, that doesn't include permitting. But permit meetings have been held and forms have been filled out, and the next step is signatures and bid docs. And so my next update, I will include permitting in that percentage. And then Kings Mill Aurora Phase 2, I have 100% for land acquisition. Design is underway. They're waiting on survey right now, so we'll have an update soon for that. Then we have Huntington Pond, that's also in Scottsmore. That is 90% design, same as Johns Road. It's 90% design, permit meetings are held, forms have been signed. Next step is signatures and bid docs. Then Flounder Creek, we have 90% design, same thing, permitting meetings have been held, forms have been filled out, and signatures and bid docs are next. Then Basin 1349, that's in Melbourne, design is 90%, and we're looking into permitting right now on that. Basin 1409, that's located beachside in Satellite Beach, design is 90%, and we're looking into permitting for that too. And then Basin 989, we're waiting for the RFQ to be completed so we can get a task order going. Any questions on those?
Where's Basin
989 is in Merritt Island at the Mosquito Compound.
Is the satellite beach one the one on Jackson that we're working together on?
No, that's a different one.
When you say Satellite Beach or Melbourne, you mean
They're
in the
in city.
incorporated?
Yeah.
Within the.
So that's why we're just beginning looking into dealing with the cities on those.
So you'll be contacting the
Yes.
city,
I've
talking
already
about.
contacted Melbourne. The Satellite Beach now one is coming along, so that'll be next. Any questions?
Were you going to, Courtney, there's Hold on. These are all. Yeah, there's 3 more pages of Brevard County.
We have the other engineers that are
Oh,
coming
I'm sorry.
up.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So Jeff, I think you're next.
Thank you.
Hey guys, how you doing this morning?
Good.
All right, I'm gonna go over a few of my basin projects that I have, and I'm gonna go ahead and start with the ones that moved forward the most in the
What was your
last
name?
quarter. Jeff Rapolti, engineer with Brevard County Stormwater.
Good morning. Thank you.
So, I had Basin 100, which is on Burkholm Road. That one, we finally wrapped up all the permitting, so we could be ready to bid in this last quarter. Same status with Basin number 115, Carter Road. So design's finalized, permits have been obtained. Basin 193 on Wiley Road. Same status, we got our permits in this last quarter, so design's now 100% complete, ready to bid. Basin 2134 down on Fleming Grant Road. We got the permit for that. The design was nearly completed before. We just had 1 permit left to get. All the other permits had been obtained, but we also got that in this last quarter as well. Basin 51 and 832 had all of their permits for the last year. They had previously gone to bid in the fall of 2018, but they received no bid, so they were on hold, waiting for these other projects to get their permits so we could go to bid with a bigger chunk of projects. So now that we have all those permits, we were able to go to bid, and we just did that in November. It's not part of that quarterly report, but the month of November we did go to bid, and so we're in the process of reviewing those bids now. So there's a few more. Robin?
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Robin Spratt, lead engineer with the Stormwater Management Program.
Good morning.
Brevard County. Yes?
Good morning.
Oh, sorry, good morning. I'm a little bit hard of hearing, so I'm sorry about that. So I have 2 basins, 1298, which is on Wickham Road, just north of Ace Hardware. That is a BAM project that includes a solar panel. It circulates water through the media from the retention pond and returns it back into the system. It's pretty easy, straightforward project. That project is 100% design, 100% permitted, and as Jeff mentioned, we had 11 projects go out to bid in November. They were advertised for approximately 5 weeks. The bid openings were on December 4th, and we obtained results back from 4 bids, and they were all very high, much higher than the cost estimates that we received from the engineers of record. So my projects, luckily my 2, 1298, and the second one was 1304. That one is also a solar panel located at the South Patrick Community Park. And it's the same design basically, but that was one of the 2 that was included in the bid package of the 11 projects. So those bids all came back very high. And we are now negotiating, or we plan on negotiating with the lowest bidder because the prices were so high. My projects had adequate funding because I received funding from you guys, and I overestimated my cost estimate and also had legislative funding of $35,000 for each project. So I think mine are okay, but Jeff may have to do some more negotiating on his side for his, and we may be looking for more funding from the COC in the future for those other projects, depending on whether we can move money around to adequately cover the difference.
Quick question.
Sure.
Go ahead, Jay.
You said that the engineering is 100% complete.
Yes.
Why would this chart say 50%?
Oh, when those reports were submitted, it was in October. I was giving you an update to today because I thought you would want to know what's going on right
absolutely.
now. So, yeah, sorry I didn't
I
clarify.
didn't realize that we were
Yeah, so I
2.5
figured
months.
That was your question?
2 months old already, so we've done a lot in the last month.
Because this was really supposed to be last month's report.
So the next quarter, you won't have as much of a report. We hopefully will be able to tell you things are under construction.
Hold on. Lorraine?
Oh, I was just gonna ask, I don't have, what is the ballpark on what they do cost, the bioreactors? What are we
They
talking about?
vary depending on what the design is. Like mine were straightforward, so those 2 were estimated to between, by the engineer, 60,000. The COC gave me about, I think it was $90,000 and $86,000 respectively for those 2 projects. But the other projects were
And the bids were?
The bids were, 1.5 to 2 times higher, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we know why?
So 100 and,
Well, for my projects, I can speak to, they were, the lowest bid was $96,000 and $94,000.
The average bid price was $155 for all the bids received.
can you just repeat that in the mic?
So
that
did
it?
you get quite a few bids on it, or is there not?
We got 4 bids. But they didn't all bid on, the way we had it set up is that they could bid whatever projects they want to, because we have the legislative grant, which expires, and we extended it for a year, but each project we gave 30 days to do construction, because we thought that was adequate time. But if one contractor was to do one, that would take a whole year, almost 11 months, 12 months, so wanted to give them adequate time.
Thank you. I have a question on the,
Sorry.
I have a question on the charting. The Brevard County projects are broken down into engineering and construction. If somebody could just remind me why that is on the, at least it's just that way on the graph.
So, when, there's a huge lead-up time to getting these things into construction. So if we didn't show that, it would look like nothing was happening.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we're trying to be transparent about, what is going on in the background with this lead-up time.
I only see it with the Brevard County projects.
So with the contracted projects to cities, we didn't require them to break down their schedule that way. And so they just report an overall percent complete in their quarterly reports, and that's all we have. So, we could redo the contracts to require more information, but that's what the current contract templates
So the
require.
engineering, the office work, it's not a tangible, it's not visible, you can't see it, you can't.
Right, the public can't see bulldozers out there in the
That's right,
field.
that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, good explanation, thank you. Anytime you take a breath before you start to speak, I gotta brace myself. Sorry.
Sorry.
So 2 questions, I guess, as a follow-up to that. I don't think we ought to change the contracts, but we could still put out a request, because it certainly is in the city's best interests to continue to align well with the program and with the public, and I would hope that most of the cities, their schedules include both of those, and so if there was any way to accommodate, that would be nice.
The quarterly reports that they submit do track overall progress and design and everything like that. So, and I'm going to go over those in just a minute.
Okay. And then the second piece is on the cost overruns. Do we have an idea? Is it just that this is newer work that we're doing and we didn't have that much cost experience on it? Or are you seeing
I think it was
labor?
more so that we think some of the mobilization was built up because there were so many projects too.
Because all in all, these are small projects, and so hitting them close is pretty hard.
Yes.
And I guess the other piece is, if I recall, the dollar efficiency in terms of cost per pound is excellent on these projects.
Yes.
And so I would just encourage us to make sure that, while the percentages are high, the dollars are low compared to a lot of the other work we're doing. And whatever, from my perspective, whatever you need to do to come back here to keep things moving when we're talking such small dollars for such high returns in terms of nutrient removal is, please don't wait to get back here so that we can keep things moving on these projects that are very highly efficient in terms of cost per pound.
Anybody else? Dennis?
Yeah,
Go
I was
ahead.
just going to suggest, I hope that the next contracts we do, we can add that language to it, so we do have some reporting.
I had one more question
Cindy?
too, and I know, because I know we're looking at projects today, and my concern is going to be that in 2 or 3 years, some of them come back with increased costs. I don't know if there's any way to capture this, what we're learning as we're bidding out these projects, and include that knowledge or share that knowledge with some of the other people that are applying, so we can just try to hit that number as close as possible going forward.
I would also just like to point out that I just went to the Florida Stormwater Association conference last week, and I was speaking to other cities, everybody from Pinellas, Clearwater, all over the state, and they had said all their bids were coming back high for the projects too. It's because the economy is booming, everybody's doing well. They don't necessarily need these projects, but they're going to apply for them because why not? They're out there. So I think everything's just high right now. So.
and I can attest to that. We had a plant come in at $16 million that was $11 million a year ago.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
We gotta
see
watch.
if there's a way that we
It's a
can
moving target.
capture those changes for our progress forward, because my concern
Right.
is at some point we don't have enough dollars in the bucket.
So we do that annually, and the cost share, the eligible cost share that you recommended for these projects was based on, what we've seen to date. So
Okay.
next go-around, we will obviously add in these costs and use that to refresh.
Going forward. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Muck. Where's Walker?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I will try not to bore you to tears with updates on the muck projects. So just marching down the list, the MIMS muck removal, the dredging was finished December of last year, and we wrapped up construction activities on the site on October 7th. So we're in the process of closing that project out contractually. Grand Canal, we started dredging on November 5th. They shut down, I believe it was November 25th or 26th, leading up to the December 1 permit required manatee closure that goes through March 15th. So they're moving along there. The contractor learned quite a few things, as did we, about getting the project started up. So that was a good start. They only dredged about 5,000 cubic yards of material this first go around. Sykes Creek, the Phase 1 project actually just hit the streets. The advertisement just hit the streets yesterday. We have a mandatory pre-bid meeting on January 7th, and then bid packages are due on January 30th. So we should see some forward momentum on that project, come spring.
What kind of, real quick, what kind of, have you run into any issues with your spoil location?
Which project are you talking about? Grand Canal or Sykes Creek? Issues, and no, we haven't run into
the land acquisition.
This
on Merritt
one
Island?
is to use the Kiwanis Island. Phase 1
okay.
is.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right. Okay.
Yeah. So no.
And we've purchased that 10-acre lot north of Walmart, and are working on the bid documents to use that site for Phase 2 of
Phase 2.
Sykes Creek.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Turkey Creek muck redredging, that was completed. That project wrapped up, I believe that was March. Was that 2018 or 2019?
Quite a while ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago. So that's been done for a while. Merritt Island muck removal, that's the D2 project. We have received both the state and federal permits.
This is on the fourth page, top of the fourth
Yes,
page.
thank you. So they're working through getting the bid documents together. Part of that project, sorry about that. Get down to where we're at before I keep going. Okay, top of the fourth page. The next step in this project, they have to get everything in order for the Walmart site. Getting that permitted as a temporary dredge material management area. So that is in the works. Titusville area, this is kind of a broad brush. We have a couple smaller projects in the Titusville area. We have the Titusville Railroad East and West for each individual projects, and then NASA Causeway East. These are all in the 2019 plan update. We've collected the field data for environmental resources, as well as the bathymetric survey and the muck mapping. The consultant is in the process of finalizing the deliverable for the muck mapping, so we know what the footprint area is exactly and what the quantity of material in these two areas are. I should be getting those deliverables in the next week or two. The O'Galley area, the design is essentially complete. We have all the permits in place. We are looking at the flux data for, we have O'Galley Northeast, O'Galley Northwest, and then O'Galley South. We're looking at the flux data at this point to determine which one the priority is. So we're evaluating that before we move forward with the bidding on this project. But that project's essentially ready to go. The Rockledge area, this project now has funding in year 3 of the plan. It started October 1 of 2019, this fiscal year. So we will be moving forward with collecting the required environmental resource survey data, as well as the bathymetric data and the muck mapping data. So we have a better idea of what kind of resources we have out there and what kind of quantity and footprint area we're going to be dealing with. And I think that is it. I will jump down. I know this is going in order, but one of my projects is one of the septic sewer conversion projects. I believe this is page 5. It is the Miko sewer line extension project. The design is 95% complete. The consultant is still working on getting appropriate permits from the FDOT as well as the county right-of-way department. Part of the sewer line is running on a county-owned right-of-way, and then it's going to be running along US 1, which is a DOT right-of-way. So we're getting close. When we get the appropriate authorizations from those 2 agencies, we should be ready to put together a bid package and put this out on the street. Additionally, we're in the process of finalizing our grant contract, the 319 grant contract that we have for this particular project. We have our grant contract from the NEP for this project as well, so we're working on getting the 319 grant finalized and in place. So once we get moving on this project, we can see some reimbursement. Do you want me to leave the Cocoa Beach stuff to Wayne? Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. So that is it. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, sir.
Going back to the Grand Canal.
Yep.
That's the one that's currently just started with the dredging?
That's correct.
When did you get the bids on that project? Last few months?
There's more than a few. I believe it was in March. I believe it was March.
Okay, and how did those coincide with your projected cost or expense?
We had one bidder. It was less than the engineer's opinion of probable cost.
Oh, good.
So
Yeah, very, very close.
Yeah.
But just under.
So hopefully all these other projects will be similarly within projection.
Yep.
Why did we only have one bidder?
I think contractors are concerned about the effluent treatment requirements.
There's other dredge projects have several bidders, right? Or, you just mentioned one a moment ago that had 4. I imagine there's a lot of duplicity with bid. Dredging's much of the same equipment, same personnel, same expertise. So I'm just curious why that one only got one bidder when other ones are getting more.
I think that the contractors are still working through how they're going to do effluent treatment. We adjusted our contract documents to put additional requirements on them in terms of the performance of the effluent treatment.
That's the big problem you had in the MIMS
That's
project.
Correct. Right. That is correct.
And is that contractor, is that something they'll be, have they accepted that as part of their business practice, and will they be bidding on future contracts, or are they done and moving on? Brevard County's too difficult of an environment to work in.
Are you talking about the contractor for MIMS?
Yeah.
I can't really speak to their position. I don't know. I haven't had that conversation directly.
Are they
with the
bidding on other
contractor.
projects? I don't even know who it is. It doesn't matter. But
They didn't bid on Grand Canal. Again,
Okay.
there was only one bidder, and they were not the bidder on that project.
So we'll see what happens with Sykes Creek.
Yep, Sykes Creek's
Phase
going to be
1.
coming up, and we'll have some other. O'Galley will likely be on the heels of Sykes Creek, so we'll have to see.
Is the geographic range of contractors expanding, or are people outside of the area taking an interest?
They are. We can see who the plan holders are on like Demand Star or Vendor Link when they
Sure.
go in there and they download what it is. So we can see who it is. There a lot of them are nationwide.
Okay.
And dredge contractors especially, it's not outside of their wheelhouse to travel across the country to do a
Okay.
dredge project. So it's
Of this scale.
Yeah, of this scale. When you're talking tens of millions of dollars, it's not.
I just know it's always good to have competition.
Yep.
And anytime there's one bidder, it's kind of disappointing, you know, so, from somebody who's trying to be, you know, fiscally conservative. All right, thank you.
So just a quick question.
Oh, go ahead,
I
Dennis.
assume you're having these discussions, but as far as the treatment being a concern for the contractors, do you know what element of it? Is it just the sake of having to do the treatment, or is it some of the contract conditions? And
I think they are struggling with figuring out how to deal with the nitrogen component. I think that's what's given them problems on this particular technology.
At the throughput that they need on the small footprint that is available
Right.
at these DMMAs.
yeah.
And we know that there's wastewater treatment facilities, you know, are doing millions of gallons a day, you know, hitting AWT standards. It's a matter of finding Pandora's box that we plug on to the end of our dredge that creates that same result. You know, it's bridging the gap between the technology on the wastewater treatment facility and carrying it over to a dredge project.
I just know that, you know, our recommendation was to provide this treatment, but if we, as a result of your observations, conditions have changed that we underestimated the impact on the actual core work. Once again, I'd ask, you know, let's make sure we look at that and bring that back, because we might be making a bad decision if either the actual cost of this effluent treatment is higher than anticipated, or even worse, if that is driving the underlying cost of the core work, and that we're not getting as much core work done because we're having to spend more money than originally anticipated because we've added this bolt-on piece to it.
Okay.
I think two things I know, so like Jay asked, Virginia said that it was underneath the estimated cost, which I think for this project is good. I didn't know if there would be possibility for us to link any companies that do treatment with the dredging companies. Like if this is a problem that a dredging company is having, that's easy to understand. And I didn't know if there are companies out there that, you know, we as a group could connect.
Yeah, they want to move mud, other companies want to clean water.
Yeah.
So as those companies, treatment companies contact us, we tell them, watch these bids, look for who picks up the plans, contact those dredgers and say, I have this, you know, magic process that will meet those nutrient removal requirements of your bid. And so, you know, we continue to get phone calls and emails and folks
Okay,
reaching
great.
out to us that way, and we are referring them to the dredging contractors.
Yeah, and it is typically a sub. I mean, none of these this is way out of their wheelhouse.
Right,
So they
right.
bring on a sub to do the effluent treatment. So.
Okay.
Stephanie, you had a
Well, I was just going to say, Vinnie already kind of brought it up, but the fact that the bid came in under what it's obviously not driving up costs, and I think that it's important that we hold our ground on this. And I think it's great that you are trying to, you know, bridge that with companies that do this other kind of work and let them know that they're out there and available. But I think that it obviously didn't drive this one up. Now, the fact that we only had one bidder, who knows? But
Yeah, I guess having gone through this on other sectors and industries, when you get to one bidder, it's very common to start see future bids coming in higher because bidders are willing to take risks, and if they get to where they're expecting to be the only bidder, so whether it drove cost on this or not, and maybe it didn't, I do think there's some significant risk exposure as we move forward that we need to understand.
Well, we're also comparing it to the engineers, We're also comparing it to the engineer's estimate, which might have been off. Not against you or anything, but, you know, you know, we don't have another comparison, but that's why you want multiple bids.
So I think we will see that in this next bid that's on the street right now. You'll recall that a couple years ago, we went to bid on Sykes Creek, not phased, the whole thing all at once, and what was proposed was not acceptable, and those bids were thrown out, and the project was divided into phases and you know, redrawn, and now we're bidding again. So if the bids come, you know, if we don't get adequate bidders, if the costs are going up, then, you know, we can throw out those bids and we can start over, come up with Plan B.
Are we still building the plane as we're flying it, as they used to say?
Yeah, you know, this is not something that anybody else has required. This is
Mhm.
something that, you know, we came up with as an extra way to further reduce nutrients, you know, while all of this, all these nutrients are collected at this site or going through this pipe, you know, is there something else that can be done to further remove nutrients from the lagoon? And so, you know, the industry is trying to look at what tools and technology are available that can keep up with the throughput of a dredging project.
Mel, final comment.
Thank you, Dave. This may sound incredibly ridiculous, but it's just worth embarrassing myself on it. But is it possible for these contractors to maybe make a deal with a nearby water treatment facility, flush it through that way? It would have to be a geolocation type of issue, but is that
Well,
even
and they're
possible?
not, the wastewater treatment plants aren't equipped for this much
Well,
sand
not-
and grit and
No, not
volume
fully,
and-
but I'm talking about the last piece of the process, you know, when the water's supposedly coming out at a certain part per million, and it's not reaching that, and they're trying to create the technology to make it down to what we are recommending. Is there a, I'm just looking in the art of the possible right now, so, before we even talk costs.
Their technology, depending on the plant, may remove nutrients, but I don't know the exact volumes, but I suspect that comparatively, these volumes are huge compared to what the excess capacity that either the collection systems or the treatment plants would have.
Well, there would be control measures to ensure that there's no strain on the facility, of course, but I'm just
Yeah,
obviously.
and then, like, for example,
Trying to
on
think
Grand-
outside the box.
Grand Canal project, they're pumping 3,000, 3,500 gallons per minute. So, you know, you take that out to 8 hours a day.
Yeah, so that's about 5 MGD, so
Mhm.
that's 5 million gallons a day. I don't know what the treatment plant in that area is, but.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah.
Not enough capacity.
Yeah.
Right.
To have an excess of 5 would be huge.
Well, we're all fans of
And-
thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just doesn't work.
And the material varies from, you know, in terms of organic content, and nutrient content, and sediment content, you know, from here to over there. And so, you know, my understanding of a wastewater treatment plant is, you know, they keep it pretty dialed into what's incoming. So to
Right.
deal with something that was that variable would be, I think, quite disruptive to treating the human waste. And
It varies. I mean, it's not a bad idea. It really isn't. It boils down to those volumes. And there's a lot of times where projects like this are just so intense comparatively on a volume basis that.
Thank you.
Any
All right,
other
thank you.
questions? Thank you.
As the next person's coming up, I just didn't know, since we are going through projects now that are completed, could we maybe move the projects that are completely completed to a separate, maybe a first section of this packet would be projects that are underway, and then the second in the back would be projects that are completed? That way, it would shorten, but also not hide any of the projects that are completed.
I was going to wait to make my request, but I would like, if we can, on future charts, to have a number on the side so the speaker can identify them and we can keep track a lot easier. I'm a simple guy. I need help. Need help following.
All right. So I'm going to give an update on the septic sewer projects the county is doing. Back up on page 4, we have Sykes Creek Zone In, third from the bottom. We just received the.
I think that's page 5.
Oh, 5.
4.
Sorry. Yeah,
Third from
okay,
the bottom.
sorry.
See, we need to number these things, don't we?
Dave's right.
Yeah, so the engineering was just completed this last week, and the county will be looking over those documents and preparing for bidding. So hopefully in this spring, we'll be able to go to bid for that project. The next one's Sykes Creek Zone M and Sykes Creek Zone T. The engineering is still at 30% right now, preliminary. We are investigating options to deal with the narrow right-of-way in that area. And as we try to bring gravity sewer in there, there's already a bunch of other utilities. FP&L lines and such. So the engineer is doing the due diligence, and the county is doing the due diligence to make sure that we can fit this project in there while still maintaining access for the homeowners. South Central Zone C.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I just want to elaborate on that. So in order to fit the sewer and the street through this neighborhood, we need to put the power underground. So we're currently working with FPL to try to find some grants to help move the power underground. So it's, Anthony made it sound like, the engineers can figure it out, but it's not, it's a bit more challenging.
Do you know the name of that neighborhood?
So Zone M is Milford Point.
Oh, Milford Point, okay.
And Zone T is Horty Point from the Girl Scouts South.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep, so it's
Milford
very
Point,
tight.
though, you gotta put the power underground.
So that project is on hold until they can get that power line moved?
It's not on hold, but it's moving slowly as we coordinate the FP&L and try to get cooperation.
I mean, there's some other engineering pieces that are happening simultaneously, but that's a critical, could be a bottleneck.
So, and then,
This is probably a well-known answer, but I don't know it. All these projects that involve conversion to sewer, what part of that conversion is the county or the government, including grants, whatever, taking on versus the homeowners?
so the goal of these projects are to take on 100% from the county's utility line and the homeowner's connection. Our engineering firms will, and the construction firms will do the 100% of the work. That is still being practiced right now. We haven't completed a project yet to see that.
But there are a lot of them, so. So that means that, using the county as an example, would actually go in and remove the homeowner's septic tank, run the new line from the street out and make the connection to the house.
If I can, sorry to interrupt, but I want to keep us on track today. You're going down a hole that is monumental. I would like to say that there's lots of work underway for us to facilitate helping homeowners convert their septic systems to sewer, both at the county and the state, and there's lots of we've had hours and hours and hours of discussion in this room about that, and I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to
I want to keep us on
rehash
track.
that. Oh,
I
no,
know you're
no.
new, and
Yeah,
I'm
I just wanted to
I'd love to have
understand what
lunch
the
with you.
project- right, okay, no, you-
discuss
Except
it.
you can't.
Yeah, you can.
But I can't, yeah.
He already,
So.
he already answered my question, so that's what I've got the answer.
We can't
that's
even
all I
break
need.
bread together right
So,
now.
yeah, so we currently have a grant reimbursement process for all the homeowners' individual costs. We are trying to get to a point where we can have some sort of tri-party agreement where we pay the contractor directly, but they work for the homeowner so that the homeowner doesn't have to front the costs.
Okay.
But that's still in play.
All right,
Okay,
that's
just-
all I needed to know.
Just say, you can't have lunch with Dave, but you can have lunch with Dennis. So, yeah.
Explain that.
Thank you.
So does anybody want to have lunch with me?
Want or
All right, go ahead, Anthony. It's all right.
Lorelei.
All right. The other project is South Central Zone C. This is the Indian River Isles project. We're at 90% design. We just got those documents in, and the utility services will be reviewing those this month. So hopefully another project that this spring we'll be moving forward with. Any other questions?
Could we maybe just keep track of the number of homes that we're actually connecting to sewer? I just know in the grant in the grants that were collected, there were a bunch of different, and I think that's a cool number to know exactly how many homes we've been able to take off. I found it interesting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anthony. It's nice to have all this help here.
Yeah, so Jenny Hansen, I don't believe you have met yet. She's new with our office and working on oysters and living shorelines and other things. And She has a PhD with work in Chesapeake Bay, so we were very fortunate to bring her on.
Wow.
Morning.
Welcome, good morning.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I just want to do a quick update on a few of the living shoreline projects. Be sure we're in the right place here. Here we go. So we have the Indian River Drive project has been removed from the plan. It was due to cost effectiveness and feasibility. Then we'll skip a little bit here of education and I'll finish out the others. The central IRL lagoons are 53% complete. All site evaluations are complete. 67% of design, material acquisition, and prep have been started. They're just awaiting on the permits. Sorry, it's a little bit down, I think down here. Central Indian Lagoon. We have North Indian River Lagoon Oyster and plant projects. It's just above that. So I skipped out of order a little bit there. Notes were not organized. They have had the contracts executed this quarter, so we'll be reporting on those next quarter. And the Marina Isles project has been completed. We're just waiting to execute the final payment on that one. I think that might be all of them for this meeting today.
So is the zoo presenting the other ones?
The Oliver. So I'm sorry. Let me just reorganize. Wexford. That would be Oliver and Eden Isles. Is that on here?
So, I mean, if you just start at the Oyster and Living Shoreline projects.
Okay. Marina Isles is the one that, okay, so Marina Isles is just awaiting its final payment, but it is a completed project. Bedinger's complete, Gitlin is complete. Coconut Point is in a bit of a holding pattern, I believe, because they're still awaiting permitting. I don't have Wexford and Bomalaski is complete. Oliver has been pulled from the project.
Because there's seagrass there. Hey. Yes. So, pulled for a happy reason.
And the Banana River Lagoon project is also just had its contract executed. So we will report on that one at the next quarter. And then North and Central is, North has been executed and we're waiting, and then Central has, that was the first one I read off. I'm sorry to do that order for order. It's 53% complete. Evaluations are complete, 67% of design and material, and it is awaiting permitting. Sorry, new. A little bit nervous.
All right. You did fantastic. Go ahead.
I just want, and maybe I missed something. So the Indian River Drive, why were they so high? Or why was the cost per pound of nitrogen so high? Did I miss something?
That one got pulled, I think.
No, it has been pulled.
Okay, it was pulled because of that, though.
Because of cost effectiveness and the feasibility. It was a large project.
Okay, so, okay. Because Indian River Drive, I mean, where I live, of course, that's all.
And we applied for a grant, and we were expecting a grant, and then it fell through. So that modified the plans for that project as well. It was to test innovative materials.
Mm-hmm. And feasibility was based on there being private homeowners, or what was the problem with the feasibility? Do you know?
We anticipated testing some different products. Some of those products were actually tested by others and failed, and then the remaining product that we would like to test is expensive, and the grants fell through.
Okay.
Are you pursuing future grants for at least that product?
We continue to pursue grants and work with the agencies to try to find innovative materials to test.
So it could come back if you have grant funding.
Right.
for electric.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wayne wants to talk about Cocoa Beach.
Or is Cape Canaveral?
No, those are all done.
Okay.
Not the city list.
So before Wayne starts on Cocoa Beach, the Cape Canaveral projects, a few of those are being withdrawn. These were some of the ones that were applied for back in 2017, and we kept waiting and watching, and there have been easement acquisition issues. The homeowners along those projects weren't happy about them, and so those are being withdrawn now.
Good morning, Wayne Caragino, City of Cocoa Beach. On
Morning.
behalf of the city, we'd like to wish everyone a happy holidays, and also to thank the Oversight Committee and Virginia and her staff for all the help and support throughout the year. We couldn't have done anything without them. Also, I'd like to just real quick aside, but we've been getting a lot of feedback from social media, people in the city, phone calls, people walking into City Hall of the increased cleanliness of the water, the quality of the water, the amount of wildlife in our canal system. So good feedback. And with that, I'll segue into an update on our two projects that we have going on. The one project, we're working on a permit which was to dredge 36 residential canals in the city of Cocoa Beach. We broke that up into 3 phases. The one phase that I'm going to tell you about now was a collaboration between Sorrel, St. John's, FDEP, and the city. That was to dredge 13 residential canals in the southern part of the city. And I'm happy to say that we're on the last canal. We should be done with that last canal probably the end of next week, definitely by the end of the year. And the takeaway from that project is the fact that we accomplished it with a very small DMMA. The DMMA was around an acre, and when you compare that to some of these other projects that are 100-acre sites, you know, it was definitely a challenge. It took a little bit more time, but we pulled it off. So,
what's the name of that phase?
3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
3. It was a 3A and B. We got money throughout the phase, but it was phase 3. So we're excited and happy about that. The other phase is phase 2 that we've gotten assistance with, and that's so far Save Our Indian River Lagoon, St. John's, and some FDEP money coming into that too. But that is to finish the center portion of our project, which was 17 canals. We did 5 previously, so it's the remaining 12. That will be all the canals in the city we will have accomplished. The challenge with that part of the project is we're using a spoil island for a DMMA. So we have all the logistics with an island, which, you know, is pretty plain and simple that, you know, to mobilize out there. The other issue there is that we're going to exceed the capacity of the island, so we're going to have to take material off. And I don't know if anybody's projects have done that yet, but that's going to be an experience. So we're going to transfer it by barge and have a transfer point and take it away. So we have not started that dredging yet. We have the spoil island ready to go. We were hoping to start this week, but we concentrated all our efforts on phase 3 to get that done. So we will start dredging there right after the first of the year. And we have the dredge there. We're fusing pipe and we're ready to go. So that's what's going on in Cocoa Beach with the dredging.
Any questions on Cocoa Beach? Anybody? All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it.
Good morning. I'm going to talk about some of the other projects we have going on.
Y'all met Terri last month when she wasn't in October, when she wasn't with us yet. Now she's officially with the Swirl program.
Good morning.
Good morning. So the Indian Harbor Beach projects, muck removal of Indian Harbor Beach canals, the interstitial water treatment, and the Big Muddy Baffle Box. All of those contracts have been executed this last quarter, so they'll be reporting on the next quarter. The Marine Resources Council grass clippings campaign, they are in negotiations with a subcontractor for that project. The City of Melbourne, did you want to? Yeah.
Going to the next page?
Yes, now we're on the City of Melbourne, wanted to discuss their projects.
I didn't have my magic list, so I'm having to do it off my notes. I apologize. My name's Danny Straub, and I'm a project manager for the City of Melbourne Engineering Department.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I've broken mine out in kind of pieces, so forgive me. So we've got our septic to sewer projects. We've got 3 under contract with you. We're working diligently trying to get the homeowners all to connect. We're going to start at the first of the year. We've set up a new community outreach program and some education to our homeowners that we're trying to target specifically, and we're working with our PIO to get that information out. So we've got a new program that's going to start, so hopefully we'll get a little more interest for these. But Riverside, Hogue, and Penwood, the construction's either 100% complete on Hogue and Penwood, and about half done on Riverside, but we can't do the rest of it until we have another homeowner who wants to tie in for permitting purposes. So we're working on that one. One that I don't have a contract with you yet, but we're super excited because we should have that underway for the first of the year, would be Roxy. I got a phone call last week, and I got 6 homeowners. Of the 6 that I'm going to pull off, and they're all ready to come off, so I'm hoping to get that to you guys pretty soon so we can get our contract underway for the next quarter. We've got 2 baffle box projects under contract also, which would be Cliff Creek and Thrush Drive. Cliff Creek is under construction. The silt fence is up. The contractor is ready to go. I got a shop drawing for the largest baffle box east of the Mississippi to approve this week, so we're hoping to get that underway. Looks like shipment for the box should be early January, so hopefully we'll have it in the ground before it starts to rain. Fingers crossed. Thrush Drive is at 90% planned, so I hope to have that one under construction early next spring, but we're working on final tweaks there. And then we just signed the contract for the Grant Street Water Reclamation Project. Those plans are at 60%. I hope to be out to bid, or out for permits in the spring. We need those at 90% plans. Our Living Shoreline project at Riverview Park has hit a couple snags. With that one, with some of the requirements from the Water Management District, so we're working those through. And then we've hit a snag with our pedestrian pier that we're doing this in conjunction with, so we're working through those problems also. And then I have 3 more baffle boxes that are not in contract yet, but will be coming hopefully pretty soon. The Apollo GA box, so that's over by the airport. Cherry, which is over off of US 1 at the traffic light. And then Grant Place, which is downtown. So design is under the way on all 3 of those, so we hope to have those to you guys pretty soon.
It's a nice update. Thank you. Question? Lauren?
Yeah, you mentioned that you're working on getting the septic to sewer, the homeowners to connect. Does Melbourne have any sort of, do you have anything in place, like is there 1-year time limit?
Sure. Our code is written that says that once we notice our homeowners, they have 60 days to tie in or they start paying a sewer bill.
Okay.
We're not going to, we've
60 days.
60 days. We've decided internally that doesn't make sense for these septic to sewer guys, because if they even then want to come over and tie in, you can't get your permits in a lot of cases in 60 days. So we're giving them a little longer period to be able to tie into that, and then once we have our final notice, they'll be paying sewer for not coming to us. But that has been our code for many years now, and in fact, that's part of our problem with finding our septic tanks is because folks have been on. They think they're paying sewer and have been for years, but they don't know that they got a septic tank in their backyard until it collapsed, and I get the phone call that my toilets don't flush and I have a stinky hole in my backyard. What's going on? I go, your septic tank has failed. And they go, so our own program is to bring those folks off those tanks and get them abandoned and tied into the sewer because it's literally in their front yard.
Any other questions on Melbourne? There's a lot going on in Melbourne. Thank you for
that problem is.
We probably get a dozen in a year. And so we've applied for some other funding other than Sorrel, and along with some Sorrel funding to help target some areas that we think we have septic tanks still in the ground. So we'll be doing some smoke testing and trying to figure out where we are and to help offset those costs to get those folks over. We've applied for a 319 grant to help offset those costs to the homeowners.
Can I just commend you, Danny, for involving your PIO and doing some public outreach and education? I just think the dollars that we spend, if there's just a little bit of light shine on what we're doing, even mentioning it to somebody might trick something in their head and they go, oh, hey, why don't we do it? And so I would never try to design anything that's engineering-wise. So if you're an engineering group or a section of a municipality, find somebody who has that passion, that creativity. So I know your PIO, he's hired to do it. So thank you for including him in and getting his brain working on this as well. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, our PIO is female, but she,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
So that's
If
okay.
I said he, I apologize. That is terrible.
But Cheryl.
What is her name?
Her name is Cheryl Mall, and she's really
Sorry,
excited.
Cheryl. I apologize.
Cheryl's really excited about moving forward in the spring, so we're working through our city manager's office, because that's where our PIO office is tied to, and trying to get as much education out as possible. I will admit that was a fallback on mine, because I'm an engineer. I put it in the ground. Somebody should want to tie into it. Maybe if I told them about it, it might be a little better. But so Cheryl's going to help me with more of my education processes and trying to get them better educated.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will continue down the list. Let me get, okay, the Myra projects. The state has recently approved the permits. A notice of sewer availability went out to the homeowners, and we just had our first homeowner request for connection. Yeah.
Awesome.
Palm Bay, let me get to my notes real quick. Palm Bay's water reclamation plant is in the design and permitting's been 100% complete. They are waiting for city council approval to accept funding increase, and the invitation for bid is being prepared, and documents were posted in October for that. Now, oh, I wanted to scroll this down so everybody else could see.
While you're scrolling, the line above that, the Turkey Creek shoreline restoration, Jenny just received an email from Palm Bay this morning saying that they wanted to withdraw that project, so we'll talk to them, but that's the latest. I know. So we'll try to save that one.
Okay, so on to the St. John's project here, the Crane Creek restoration. 90% drawings scheduled to be prepared for November 2019. The Army Corps of Engineer and DEP permits are planned to be submitted in November. The design is approximately 80% complete, and the overall project is about 10% complete. Okay, Titusville. The St. Teresa Basin is, the whole project is 100% complete. That just happened a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
The South Street Basin, also 100% complete. And an extension request, no, we don't need that. La Paloma Basin, also 100% complete.
Mm-hmm.
The Titusville High School baffle box design is currently underway and 60% complete, and they have not yet started construction. The Coleman Pond in Titusville, the installation of the floating islands is complete, so that whole project is complete as well. And the Osprey nutrient upgrade wastewater treatment facility, currently the project has reached the 30% design phase. Updated cost estimates have also been received, and the current opinion of probable construction cost is $10.1 million, and design costs are $1.8. This was, the original estimates were around $8 million. So he is, he's right back there.
You want to?
Come up and talk about it now? I think I'm on the agenda.
Yeah. Okay. And then their sewer lateral project is in the planning phase right now. And then we have the city of West Melbourne. Their whole project is about 66% complete. Design and permitting are 100% complete. Bidding is 100% complete. And the notice to proceed for construction was issued in October, with final completion for the project to be November of 2020. Any questions?
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
I have one question, but I think it's more for Virginia. So I know that the Cocoa septic to sewer, that, that's underway, but it hasn't met whatever trigger. What trigger does it need to meet in order to get on this list?
They need to submit a scope of work to us. And that starts
that
the
hasn't
contracting
happened yet.
process. Right?
Yes.
Receive
Yes.
anything? No.
Not yet.
So that hasn't happened, okay.
The last I spoke with the city of Cocoa, they had started design on it, but they didn't want to submit a scope of work until they had a better understanding of what direction they were actually going to go for the project.
Okay.
So that one's not even on the list, Lorraine? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, it's in the original plan. It's still in the plan, but it's behind, way behind.
Could we, Virginia, I thought this list was all the projects?
It should be, so
Okay.
we'll need to get them on the list.
Okay. Even if there's,
There was some question about whether they were gonna move forward or not, and that's probably why it didn't go on the list before, but we'll put it on the list.
okay. And then on a question about going forward, I know we talked about maybe the ones that were completed moved to the back for something that gets withdrawn. Is there a benefit to leaving a section in the back that says withdrawn? Just so we can kind of see that, just as far as transparency, or should we just remove them completely? I'm just spitballing.
Interesting question.
Let's leave them in the back until we know.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can always take them out later if we decide it's useless information.
That would have been my recommendation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Thank you. Virginia, is this chart something that was, is this supposed to be printed, or?
Yeah, that's the summary. So you can see how many projects, what's changed during the most recent quarter.
I see.
How many more projects, 7 more projects are contracted, and 10 more contracts are executed, and 3 more projects are complete, so you can compare.
Okay. Dennis, you had a quick question?
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
did. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. The projects that we've got here tie to the financials
Yes.
at this point, and it ties to, so we're about $125 million of estimated revenue so far since the project started. We are allocating about $122 million to these projects theoretically, and as we start gaining additional sales tax revenue, we will add new projects to the list.
Correct. So they're in the 10-year
Okay.
plan, but they're out years, so they're
Okay.
not on the.
So these were the most important ones to start with from a nitrogen basis or something like that.
Right, these were the ones that were scheduled to start in the
Got
first
it.
4
Got it.
fiscal years.
I just want to make sure I understood how it was all tying together.
All right, is that it? Does that complete our quarterly report?
Yes.
I think it does. If I have any say in the matter. Are we ready to move on to special presentations? Up next is going to be Dr. Walters.
Or the.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Before I start my presentation, I just want to also say thank you for what you guys are doing. You all are a role model for the state of Florida. You're a role model for the United States, as far as I can tell, for making way more projects happen than I actually thought were going on. I thought you had about 20 or 30. You've got like 5,000, it sounds like. But what we're here to talk about today is some of the soil living shoreline monitoring. My name is Linda Walters. I am a professor of biology at the University of Central Florida. And my 2 colleagues who have been leading this project are here with me, Dr. Melinda Donnelly and Dr. Paul Sachs. Dr. Donnelly is a research assistant professor at UCF, and Dr. Sachs is a field research scientist. And between the three of us, we have over 50 years of restoration experience. And our experience is mostly up in Volusia County, in Mosquito Lagoon. We have been doing living shoreline stabilization since 2011, and you can see two of our projects here. Hopefully you've been to both of these places. Turtle Mound, you can see before and 7 years after. Our restoration involves mangroves, marsh grass, and oysters because they're all native and dominant in Mosquito Lagoon. You can also see Seminole Rest, which is a little bit closer to you guys, and you can see a before and after of this site. These are both within Canaveral National Seashore. And altogether, we have stabilized over 4 kilometers of shoreline at this point. We also have been running one of the longest in the United States oyster reef restoration projects. We started in 2007, and we have been doing it pretty much every day since then. We've restored 93 reefs, 3.5 acres. In Mosquito Lagoon, what we are finding, our average post-restoration on a natural reef is close to 1,000 live oysters per square meter. And with the restoration, the substrate we've put out, we've brought back over 13 million oysters to Mosquito Lagoon. So hopefully that makes you guys comfortable that we didn't just jump off the planet and decide to monitor. We have been doing it. But I will say we are also independent, so we are not involved in the actual restoration. So we don't have that heartstring tied to make sure it works well. We are fair, okay? I think we're about as fair as we could be. I have a very strong moral compass. But moving to Brevard County, when the soil funding came along and it was decided that living shoreline should be a part of it, and I'm really happy that it is. There are some new challenges that are different than Mosquito Lagoon, even though they are connected. So the water levels, the seasonal fluctuations are much greater in Brevard County than they are in Mosquito Lagoon. We are microtidal, so we're seeing about 10 centimeters of change each day. The oysters in Brevard County are, for the most part, except in the very south, are subtidal. So everything we've dealt with in the past has been intertidal. We have worked with everybody who is doing restoration. We trained the people from Brevard Zoo for years. I mean, we didn't train them, we collaborated with them. But it's a very different process when you're trying to work with subtidal oysters. There were not a lot of oysters naturally in Brevard County, and that's borne out from all the aerial photographs going back to the 1940s, and the fact that they're subtidal, it's harder to see them. So there is oyster gardening required, and Brevard Zoo and Brevard County Natural Resources has done probably one of the best jobs in the United States of a sustained oyster gardening program. Most other places do it for about a year and realize how hard it is, and they disappear. So having it going on for 3, 4 years now, 5 years now is really impressive and is really important to the success of what's trying to be accomplished. Brevard County is also 64% hardened shoreline, so it's a lot easier to do stabilization on a natural shoreline than a seawall. But there are things we can do to enhance. We were involved in a pilot study about 2 years ago with Virginia and Brevard Zoo, and it was to do some first, trying to figure out what we should be doing in the beginning. This work has been published in Restoration Ecology, which is one of the top journals in the field. So what we're doing as pilot studies was important and helps build on where you guys are now. But all of what I've said here on this slide shows that adaptive management is necessary. You cannot work anywhere and be perfect the first time around. But hopefully the results I'm about to show you give you, I don't know, that happy feeling. So. But before I give you the oyster results, I did want to go through the oyster life cycle. I am a professor, so if you know your oyster life cycle, you're good. If you need the refresher, here we are. We'll go through it quickly. You can see the adults in the lower left-hand corner. If you didn't know this, oysters are at any one time, either male or female, but they are sequential hermaphrodites, so they will change. They can change every couple weeks if they want to, so you never quite know what you've got. But they will release sperm and eggs into the water column. They get fertilized if there is sufficient density, and that's a huge piece here. They will grow up and they will become free-swimming larvae after about 2 weeks. They are feeding, and then at some point after 2 weeks, somewhere between 2 and 4 weeks, they will settle down and they will become a sessile organism for the rest of their existence. And in that time period, they metamorphose, they change their body plan, but when they do settle, they are called spat for the first up to about 35 millimeters, and then they just grow up to adults. Most people, Jenny would probably be one of them, will say that oysters take 2 to 3 years to become reproductive. That is true in Chesapeake. Here in Florida, we can do it much faster. We do everything faster, I think. And oysters need to be 35 millimeters to be reproductive. You can sometimes get there in 3 months. You can get to reproductive oysters within about 6 months on average. And they are harvestable size 3 inches or 78 millimeters within about a year here. So we do think the oysters are growing faster because the water is warmer. The two parts of the life cycle that we have been focusing our monitoring on are the spat. Okay, that's why I wanted to make sure you knew what they were. They're circled here, and the adults. The adults are going to be the gardened oysters. The spat are going to be natural recruitment. And here you can see the survival. These are the 4 sites that have been completed along the bottom: Bomalaski, Bettinger, Gitlin, and Marina Isles. And each one was put in a different time, so we are at a different place in each of the, in our survival monitoring. And survival you can see on the y-axis up to 100%, so they all started at 100%. What we do for these oysters for our monitoring is we put 25 oysters that we have measured the length of them in each of the shell bags that we're going to plan to monitor, and nothing else is in those bags other than loose shell for other new oysters to recruit to. So we know exactly what we're starting with, and they are all reproductive size at that point. And every 3 months, and sometimes more, we've recorded the shell lengths. So what you can see here are actually really promising results. I think you guys should be thrilled. I was excited to see it. 3 of your 4 sites are doing really well. So 83% survival, even 74% survival, those are good numbers. Oysters don't all survive. The Bettinger site with a 38% survival, we can't swear what the problem might be, but I can tell you what we would think it is that there are some big salinity fluctuations there. So oysters can handle high salinity or low salinity. What they can't handle very well is a rapid change in salinity. So that would be one issue to deal with. The other issue is that the Bettinger site is in the end of a canal, so there's not a lot of water motion there. And oysters like enough water motion. Our other piece of information is the oyster recruitment. So these are any oysters that we measured that are less than 40 millimeters, because we know everything we put in was 40 or greater. So it's a pretty straightforward cutoff there. And we track their shell lengths over time. You can see it here. 2 of the sites, Gitlin and, again, Bettinger, not a lot of recruitment going on, but the other 2 sites are doing pretty well, because this is per shell bag, so it's not the total at the site. This is per 36-inch long shell bag. For Bomalaski, you can see it got up to over 100 per shell bag after 6 months, and it went down. Don't be alarmed by that going down. That's totally natural. 134 per shell bag is when we had a pulse of recruitment, and what happened after that is the natural processes, there's not enough substrate for them to all grow, so they're competing with each other, and any very smart predator, like a crab or a crown conch, is gonna come running when they see that sort of density. So after 12 months, having 68 live oysters per shell bag sounds really good. The other site, Marina Isles, is kind of in between the high and the lows. Our team was actually out there yesterday doing the 6 months monitoring, and that was up to 48 live oysters per shell bag. So that one's on a nice increase. So 2 of the 4 are doing really well with natural recruitment. And part of the reason we wouldn't have known that this was going on. It's just there's not a lot of natural substrate for oysters to settle on. One thing I didn't say is oysters do like to settle on other oysters and oyster shell. They have identified, probably 30 years ago now, the chemical cues that are involved that the oyster larvae that are moving in the water column hone in on. So having the shell out there will definitely increase your chances of getting success. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Donnelly, who's going to talk about the plant results.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be able to come in and talk to you today.
Good morning.
I'm going to focus on two of the sites that were only planted with plants. So in this case, there was no oyster material put out in these areas. We had planting of red mangrove seedlings that were about 1 to 2 years old, and then small clumps of sand cordgrass, which is another native wetland grass that we have here in Florida. Now, these plant-only sites were done at 2 locations. One was the Cocoa Beach Golf Course, which is located in the Banana River, and then the second is going to be at the Ted Moorhead Lagoon House in Melbourne, kind of moving towards Palm Bay, where the Marine Resources Council has their setup. Both of these were done in summer of 2018. So what I'm going to be presenting to you guys is the end of our monitoring, which occurred kind of 1 year after planting at 12 months. So here's the figure that shows the plant survival after 12 months at the Cocoa Beach Golf Course. You can see 2 bars there, the red mangrove and the sand cordgrass. And then what we're showing on the y-axis is kind of our percent survival of the total number that we started with. So for this site, we had about 64% of the red mangrove survive and 36% of the sand cordgrass. In this area, 2 of the main issues for kind of decreasing survival of mangroves was wave energy. We did not have initial planting numbers in the different sections of the shoreline, so we were not able to test locations specifically, but anecdotally it looked like the majority of the mangroves that survived were actually in an area where riprap was already present, and the mangroves were actually planted behind that. That's where the majority of these 64% were actually found out of about the 10 locations that were planted in this area. For the sand cordgrass, it was hit pretty hard with competing plants. There was a lot of vines and other weedy species that were growing in the area where sand cordgrass was planted, and a lot of it was simply just smothered by the vines and the other vegetation coming in, which decreased the overall survival of that species there. At the Ted Moorhead Lagoon House, we saw about 46% survival of the red mangroves there and 38% survival of the sand cordgrass. These were also kind of affected by the same 2 factors that we saw at the Cocoa Beach site. We had a lot of wave energy, and there was very little protection for the mangroves or the sand cordgrass in this area. And again, kind of anecdotally, the Marine Resources Council has recently actually put out some wave breaks in front of the area that was planted, and sort of towards the end, we were seeing better survival of the mangroves that were there behind that wave break. We also had a lot of natural weedy species and vines growing in this area. So again, with the sand cordgrass, a lot of that ended up just getting smothered as it was overtaken by the other vegetation within that area. So I'm going to kind of just summarize the results for you guys in terms of our different locations. So if we kind of starting with our oyster sites, we had low survival and low recruitment at our Bettinger residence site. And this was, again, the one that was in kind of that sort of back canal area. At our Gitland residence, we saw high survival and low recruitment. So the garden oysters were doing well. However, we haven't seen quite as much recruitment as we have at other sites in that location. The Marina Isles has had high survival and medium recruitment, and that recruitment kind of label was given sort of prior to our team going out for the 6 month. I think at this point we would probably actually change that to a high recruitment, so high survival and high recruitment based on those 6 month results that we just saw from yesterday. Our Bomalaski site is probably one of our best sites. It's also been going on for over 12 months now, so we have the longest trend of data. This site has had high survival of garden oysters as well as high recruitment, so we've seen quite a lot of just kind of good oyster development in that area. For the plant sites, our Cocoa Beach site, we would put into the kind of that medium survival category, since we did have over 50% survival of the mangroves. And for our Ted Moorhead Lagoon House, we would put that at low survival, with both of the plant species there suffering from kind of less than 50% survival in that location. Now, these are kind of some of the very early projects with the sorrel project. So we wanted to kind of take a second to review kind of what the data looks like now and see if we can come up with some lessons learned that we can apply to kind of future project planning. And really what this comes down to, and I mean this is common for all restoration projects, is that location is key to success. There are always going to be site-specific limitations that have to be taken into account. So for example, having, being at the end of the canal, we need to address issues like decreased water flow or fluctuations in salinity. We need to take that into account when we're planning those feature sites. For both the oysters as well as plants, wave energy is always going to be a limiting factor. That's something that we see in estuaries, everywhere. So we want to make sure that we're putting methods in that are going to be able to withstand the wave energy that we're seeing. And that's one of the things that I've kind of been working on with Virginia and Brevard County, of trying to create kind of these thresholds of what would be suitable. So the map that you guys see here was kind of our first stab at this a couple years ago, looking at suitability of putting plants in throughout Brevard County. And what we found is that with just the wave energy that we have along many of our shorelines, that kind of large exposure, large fetch, where we get those nice strong waves coming in as the wind moves onshore, we really are going to need a lot of wave breaks throughout Brevard County in order to establish our plantings. And I think the results from the 2 plant sites that we did over the past year really do support the need for those wave breaks if we want to give those plants a better chance of survival and developing. And then lastly, just making sure that we're putting our materials into the appropriate zones. So we've already kind of transitioned how we're doing the oyster deployment. Our initial pilot study was all intertidal, and there was some areas that just didn't do very well, which is now why you see all of the new oyster projects going into the subtidal side. And we've definitely seen extreme improvement on survivability as well as recruitment, just switching from an intertidal to a subtidal location for those wave breaks. And the same thing with plantings. We have to make sure that we're putting the mangroves and other wetland plants into that good intertidal zone where they're not going to be covered and smothered by our kind of weedy terrestrial species that are coming in. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions for you guys.
I'll take the first question. What size were your mangroves, and were they all uniform?
I don't actually know what the exact sizes were to start with. We were told that they were anywhere from 1 to 2 years old, which in my experience puts them into that sort of 1 to 2 foot size range. And based on kind of what we've seen after a year, I would say that was an estimate. So using bigger plants that have more leaves, more roots, woody stem would also be beneficial kind of going forward as well, just to help increase those survival numbers.
Oh, thank you. Charlie?
So a comment and a question. I think we got to consider too, we're dealing with biological living systems when it comes to this, unlike maybe a dredging, which is much more engineering. So there's a lot of variables that can affect the results of these. So learning from what you're doing and applying that to the next projects is really smart. The second thing, I'm just kind of curious, we always talk about using red mangroves for the plantings. What about something like black mangroves?
So what we found, as part of our living shoreline projects that we've been doing in Mosquito Lagoon, we grow all of our mangroves to use up there. And the black mangroves work well, they just grow much slower. So there's a lot more time investment on the nursery side of raising them. So whereas for a 1 to 2 year old red mangrove, you'd be in that sort of 1 to 2 foot range. For a 1 year black mangrove, you're still looking at something that's only about that big with maybe like 6 to 8 leaves. So it's just a much slower growing tree. So it would work, but I think the main reason people tend to use the red mangroves is they just grow so fast. And if you can get them into the right place and get them established, they can handle lots of different conditions. So they are resilient on that side as well, which I think is kind of the main reasons why you see more red mangroves used in these projects than anything else.
The plants that are choking out the seagrass, are those native plants or are they invasive species?
Most of them are native plants. So if you think about the area, kind of what would be, so if you have your nice intertidal zone, which is where the waves are coming in regularly and it stays nice and wet, we tend to have this sort of transitional zone that's right adjacent to that. And a lot of our very kind of weedy type species, so they grow really fast, they're there for a couple seasons, they tend to take advantage of that area. It's kind of a highly disturbed zone, and a lot of the terrestrial plants don't like it, and it's too dry for the intertidal. So we see a lot of our weedy species and vines kind of taking hold in that area, and unfortunately they were just growing faster than the grasses and the mangroves that were put in, so they just overtook them during the time frame.
Go ahead.
The mangroves that you put in at the end of Main Street in Titusville are doing really, really well.
Thank you.
I look at them all the time. Two questions. What kind of wave break systems would you be looking at, and what kind of permitting issues are you running into with putting in wave breaks?
So with the wave breaks, there's a variety of materials that can be used and that have been used in different places. I mean, this could be anything from, chunks of concrete that people have used to limestone boulders to using things like shell bags or some iteration of some sort of shell-based material. So there's a variety of different things that can be used on that side. One of the issues with putting wave breaks in is seagrass. So if there's seagrass in the area, obviously we don't want to do anything to prevent that from growing. So that can limit the application of wave breaks in some locations if there is a lot of seagrass. DEP also counts algal beds as important submerged aquatic habitat. So even if it's just something like a caulerpa species growing, we're not actually able to put any wave breaks in that zone. The second thing with the wave breaks is that people are concerned that animals will get trapped and will lose some of the connectivity to the shoreline. So there are restrictions in terms of how big the wave breaks can be without gaps in them. So that's another concern that has to be addressed. The third, and what may end up becoming one of the most important ones, is the use of any sort of plastic material as part of the wave breaks. So many of the shell bag units that have been used are using some sort of plastic mesh, and I actually came prepared with an extra slide for you guys. So what we're actually looking at right now in Mosquito Lagoon is looking to test some alternative materials that are not plastic based, so that we can come up with some either biodegradable options. Things like the oyster catcher pillows and the bees units are actually made out of biodegradable material. So after the oysters recruit to those areas, you could create sort of an oyster fringe reef, and the materials themselves will actually biodegrade and go away. The oyster gabions are basically a metal frame that you put shell inside of. So obviously this is not going to biodegrade over time, but these have been used in areas where there's higher wave energy. So you need a little bit harder, more stable substrate to kind of hold those oysters in place so that they don't just get washed away after recruitment. So we're currently testing some of these. We're applying for some grants to test some additional ones kind of moving forward. And I know Virginia's going to be looking forward to our results to hear kind of how we can incorporate some of this alternative materials into the wave breaks in the future here in Brevard County too.
Mel?
What are some of the factors that cause the rapid change of salinity? Is it just being closer to the seawalls and things like that?
Yeah, when you're in the areas where there's a lot of seawalls in development, you also have a lot of stormwater outfalls. And so when we have periods of a lot of rain, you have a large amount of fresh water just coming into those areas. And particularly in the canals where you don't have as much water flow, that fresh water tends to get trapped. So you end up with, one canal may have relatively low salinity, another canal may have relatively high salinity, and all it takes is a little bit of wind to start shifting that around, and you end up with some of these like large variations coming in on that side.
Thank you.
We'll take two more questions. Jay, go ahead.
What's the average size of a new oyster bed when you install it? Or does it vary just?
It varies quite a lot.
Remember, we didn't do any of the restoration, we're just monitoring.
Okay, I just wondered if.
So plant size and oyster bed size, none of that was our decision.
Mm-hmm.
But Virginia can probably give you the best estimate of how much shoreline has been used for oyster beds.
The zoo has been, for the most part, it's been through partnerships with the zoo, and the zoo has been partnering with private homeowners. So it's lot size dependent.
I just wanted to know if there was a correlation between the overall size and the percentage of survival.
Right. I don't think we've seen any direct connections to that right now. It seems to be more location specific, I think, in terms of the survival on that side. Yeah.
There's better survival in the southern half of the county.
Yep.
And, yeah.
But to answer your question, yes, there is a correlation. When you're in an area where there are a lot of natural oyster reefs, they have made that distinction.
All right, final question, Dennis?
Yeah, I might have missed it someplace. The intent of the mangrove is to stabilize the shoreline? and take some of the nutrients?
Yes, so it would act as both a stabilizer as well as kind of a fringe of vegetation for the runoff that's coming
Runoff
into the
coming in.
area.
And the oysters are for what purpose?
The oysters would also be sort of a combination of stabilization, so decreasing wave energy on the shoreline, as well as actually removing nutrients and material from the water. The oysters are filter feeders, so they're
Right.
removing plankton and things like that from the water, and so they act as water filtration within the system.
And they capture the nitrogen into their shell?
Yes.
Into the shell mostly and into the soft tissue as well.
But when they die, the soft tissue goes back into the water
That's true,
column?
there's a lot more shell that is.
Okay,
very-
so it does
and-
capture in the shell?
Yeah, and it's also in their poo, and the poo is stabilized to some
Okay.
extent.
Okay.
There are also studies in Chesapeake Bay that documented the denitrification that occurs under oyster reefs. And we worked with UCF and University of Florida to replicate a study in Mosquito Lagoon on some of the reefs that Dr. Walter's lab has restored over the years and compared those denitrification rates under 1-year-old, 3-year-old, 5-year-old, 7-year-old reefs. And so there's a very, very significant
Yeah, that makes
denitrification
sense.
benefit as
That
well.
makes sense. Thanks.
Well, thank you guys very much. Oh,
I was just saying, if you eat enough of them, they're also delicious.
that's
the
right.
benefit
That's
of the
right.
oyster.
Can't wait. Maybe one day we'll all be able to eat together. All right, well, thank you guys.
All right, thank
I
you
appreciate
guys.
it. We're going to take a 10-minute break before the next presentation with Dr. Listopad. So 10:20. Let's be back in our seats. All right, our next speaker, presenter is going to be Dr. Listopad. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me here. So I am going to actually present something a little, shift topics a little bit. And I've been working in Brevard County with Virginia for a long time now. And as part of that, we have been doing quite a lot of monitoring. And so this specific talk is on the sewer lateral retrofit projects. So I want to point out that this is like preliminary results because we only have 3 sampling events complete as of now. So a little bit of background on this, and I know I put a lot of maps in here, and some of them are hard to read, so I'm just going to provide a brief background on some of the data here. So the South Beaches service area, we've all heard, had elevated flow rates during some storm events, and so that was prioritized for smoke testing. The smoke testing was complete, and this is in the Satellite Beach, Indian Harbor Beach area, and smoke testing was complete in 2 different phases, and this was throughout 2018. And most of the deficiencies that were found during the smoke testing, and you probably all heard that, I just wanted to mention, were minor, broken caps and so forth, and only about 30 were identified as broken laterals. And so that is the focus of this monitoring, is those 30 broken laterals. So as part of that, a pilot program was established to try to get the private homeowners to want to fix those broken laterals. So this private lateral replacement grant program was funded under the Save Our Lagoon. And groundwater monitoring requirements were associated. So the whole idea of this monitoring program was to try to understand a little bit more of the potential impact of those broken laterals to contribute nutrients into the groundwater that eventually would reach the lagoon. It also was, as part of that, is to provide some guidance on should we be expanding that program. So a little bit of methods very briefly. Number one point I'll make here is that recruitment was extremely difficult. So we had this 30 targeted homeowners we wanted to recruit because they had those broken laterals, and we were able to only recruit about 8 of them after a lot of efforts, different methods, the county, us, getting the cities involved. And once we had those 8 homeowners, we focused on identifying the locations of the specific area where they were broken using the smoke testing pictures. And I'll explain why we were so concerned with a specific location due to our design, sampling design. And then we wanted to use something non-invasive. I mean, it was hard enough to recruit these homeowners. We certainly didn't want to bring a big gear there and put something in the yard permanently. So we're saying we show them a little bit, and you can see here the bottom picture. That is really what we use. It's direct push point, man-made, very, very small rod. It leaves nothing behind. And we can do that, take it out, get our sample, and be done. So we actually would bring that along with us and say, see, this is nothing. It doesn't leave anything in your yard. That's all you have is 1 or 2 people doing this. So even with that, there was a lot of difficulty recruiting. So a little bit about the sampling design, and I'm not going to show, there's a lot of points, we sampled a lot of locations, and I'm not going to show in all detail, but just to give you an idea why we wanted to identify where the break was, is we wanted to sample just near the break, where we thought was identified, and that's the B here, on the map, and on the dot. And then we wanted to follow that along the gradient, the hydraulic gradient, where we thought the groundwater flow was flowing, and seeing how far does the concentration travel. So if we are seeing a really high hit of nitrogen, if we go downstream 50 feet, can we still see that concentration? We also tried to put the A dot, the green dot on the north side. That was what we called our control point, something that should not be, we shouldn't be seeing concentrations due to the break there. I want to point out there's a lot of sources of nitrogen and phosphorus, so we are trying to control for some of that by having these locations. Part of the sampling design was to try to capture 3 events before those laterals were fixed, and then repair them, and then go back and collect 3 more events and see, is there a difference? So another way to control for this is due to the laterals were broken. We'll see through that even that is challenging to accomplish. Some of the homeowners decided that once they knew it was broken, they didn't want to have it broken, and even though we really asked them and kept reminding them, we really want to keep this is okay, we're trying to get this data, they would fix it. They fixed it. So 3 out of the 8 homeowners fixed it before we were done with our sampling. So, another lesson learned. It's very difficult to enforce, explain. They're like, oh no, it's leaking. You were sampled, so now I'm fixing it the next day. So we did the typical sample collection. We really tried to keep the same parameters we do for our groundwater study, and part of it is for comparison purposes as well. So we're looking at all the nitrogen and phosphorus constituents and some measure of bacterial. And then we also looked at isotopes to try to pinpoint the source of the nitrogen, the nitrate. So I started this time, because last time I went over way too long. So I started with your results take-home message first, in case I lose you afterwards. So first take-home message, recruitment. Sounds very easy, that you can get everyone involved in this program, paying them up to, I think it was up to $10,000. We should have covered the whole lateral line replacement. It was very challenging. What is an obstacle? It could be that this is this is in one location. It wasn't tested throughout the county. So it could be that this specific location was challenging, and that those hurdles are different or less as difficult in other locations. I could see just from my interaction with some of these homeowners that some of the hurdle is, number one, first, they are confused and not sure and a little suspicious. Is that really, show me the picture exactly where the break is? So convincing them that no one is trying to sign on to something that they end up paying, tricking them, which I can see that. Number 2, convenience. They wanted someone to come and fix it for them. So they don't want to go and have to hire and have contractors, and so the convenience, it's better to just not do it because it's way too much work to have to go find someone and get an estimate, et cetera. So recruitment, finding a way to get people involved and to understand what those hurdles are so you can get more people involved. After that, after the recruitment, if the homeowners don't understand the protocol, they don't totally understand the value of why we were trying to do 3 pre-connection samples, and so they would fix it themselves between that. And so that really made our results skewed, right? Now we have an N of 5 really that are pre-results instead of 8. Another point is that now we have a small number of houses we are testing, and there's a lot of variability in the results. And the fact that we don't have 30 houses, that would be nice to test, to have a good mean makes this difficult. There's a lot of spatial variability. very important point, we saw in general, there's one exception, higher dry season concentrations. So we started this, doing the sampling, even though we were rushing to try to do it, and we suspected the dry season was best. We started in May. So May was before the big rains. We had a lot of rain in early June. So the first event is where we saw some of the really, really high values. And then when it started raining, not all the water table went up. We're seeing dilution, so that it makes it more difficult to detect, particularly in the nitrogen. So if we want to do this again, dry season now would be good. Well, maybe not today, but it rained a lot yesterday, but in general, dry season would be best. Another interesting point is total nitrogen, total phosphorus, the nutrient concentrations don't seem to behave the same way. So where we found really high nitrogen, we sometimes found relatively low phosphorus. So the transport and how phosphorus remains in the soil under certain conditions, pH and salinity. So that's important. It's a totally different transport. So looking at those, you really need to almost look at those and say, are we seeing a signal here of some leaking laterals externally instead of just infiltrating water? But we thought overall that there was some evidence, particularly looking at the dry season event, that there were some of the laterals contributing nitrogen, particularly nitrogen outside to the groundwater nearby. Okay, now data. So those were my results, and I'm going to try to point out some of that. In this table, I know it has a lot of data. The focus is the color coding, those are the different site ID, the different 8 locations that we got the sample. The ones in red were the ones that the homeowners, after the first sampling event, decided to repair it. The one in blue was after the second event, this other homeowner decided to repair it. And they did get actually instructions every time we go out, please don't repair it, we need to come back next month, please don't repair it. I just repaired it yesterday when we come back again. And they were very, they were like, oh. So then the focus that I want to, so those are the 3. I want to really focus more on the total nitrogen, which is this box in blue, and the phosphorus. And what these are actually average of all the samples we collected. So we had 5 to 7 point samples in each yard, and we went 3 times, and these are the concentrations, the average concentrations we got. What you can see is that there is a lot of variability, right? The phosphorus, the total nitrogen, we had between 0.86 milligrams per liter, relatively low numbers, to an average of 5.716. I highlighted the ones above 4. Those are relatively high numbers. And the total phosphorus, we had numbers that range from 0.07 to 0.5. So quite a lot of variability here, even with just these handful of houses. Another point that you can make with this table is that the majority of nitrogen is really not in ammonia, which is what I was expecting, but is really already in nitrite. So it's really, if you measure nitrite is 90% in most cases. Okay, so where are these houses? Like I said, spatial variability is big here, and you can see just these points, the red, the scale goes from green to red. But the highest, so we have one on the north part of our study area that was really high, and we have one on the south. What you can see is this is nitrogen, that the ones closer to the actual canals and the Banana River actually had the highest concentrations, and the ones farther away in general had slightly lower concentrations. The other interesting point that I made was that total nitrogen, total phosphorus, they were different. We thought, well, we're going to see high phosphorus, we're going to see high nitrogen. And that didn't happen, particularly one of the highest total nitrogen, P117, had actually the lowest phosphorus we measured. So we are still working with Florida Tech and Austin, particularly Dr. Fox, to talk about, we measured a lot of other parameters, and so to say, why are we seeing phosphorus being released in some cases and not in other cases? And I know he's been working on some soil studies where we change soil conditions and we put water through and we kind of see what it's leaching. So the phosphorus the soil sometimes is retaining it and sometimes it's releasing it. So there's differences. The other important point was things change temporarily. So seasonally they're changing. That's why I was saying the dry season might be a good time to collect. And what you can see here is I picked the Concentrations we measured by event 1, 2, and 3, and it goes from left to right, getting wetter through time. And the first event is where we saw 11.2 and a 37.8 milligram per liter reading. So those are really, really high values and really an indicator likely of something going into the ground from a source, a very strong source. And so those are the highlighted 2 locations, the ones closest to the Banana River that had those high values. Event 2, we had now, and this is interesting, we had the same house had still the same concentrations even after it started raining, still 11.2 right on, and I checked the lab. It was the exact same concentration. And we had this other house where they had just repaired their line before we came and sample spike up. And so one of ours, and we don't know exactly for sure, but it could be just the fact that they were fixing it and disturbing the soil, cutting the pipe, that they actually released some of those nutrients. That's what we suspected. So that's what the orange reading means. That house was now repaired when we sampled. Sorry, I missed that. And the third reading, we actually had a spike in this house, and we can't really explain it. It could be fertilizer use. That's a very important thing to notice, that a lot of these houses did appear to have, use fertilizer. They were very, very green. The grass was very luscious throughout the season. So that was the only one that really significantly went up after that. But you can see the really high values on the first event. We weren't able to see those high 30 milligrams per liter values after that. So just as an example, I bring 2 different locations here so you can see how it changed through and how our sampling design made sense in some of these cases. So this is the same house that I showed you the sampling design. The break is near the star, and it's bright red. So on the first image is May, then it's June, then it's July. So it's event number 1, 2, and 3. And what you can see is the first event, we saw these hot spots near the break particularly, and less as it goes away from the break line. And then those numbers progressively went down in event 2 and 3. And these, and I'll read you some of the concentration. I actually put the concentration, but it's still too small. It's again, first, second, third event, May through July. And on the top is nitrogen, on the bottom is phosphorus. In this case, the values actually go down for both concentrations. And and they were never too high. It goes around 2.6. In the second event is 0.3. The third event, 0.5 milligrams per liter of nitrogen. And phosphorus, it goes from 0.27 gradually down to 0.16. This was in a case where actually a repair took place on the second. So could that be dilution? Could it be the repair took place, and that's why the concentrations dropped after they fixed the lateral? So I want to close off with one thing one point that I thought was interesting, and I just thought of that last night. I was like, well, how does this data compare to our groundwater study, right? What are the concentrations we are measuring? And so we actually monitor a subdivision in Satellite Beach. So I grabbed those values, which is a subdivision on sewer, and I put them in here. So what we're seeing, based on 18 months of data, specifically for the Satellite Beach community that we're monitoring, which is on sewer, we see a total nitrogen mean of 1.632 and a total phosphorus of 0.097 milligrams per liter. And on the right, you can see at the mean of those push points, even including the ones that have been retrofitted. And you can see the red values are the ones that are above the mean. So are we seeing some evidence of something going into at least some of these locations? Probably yes. Is it a smoking, screaming gun that it would be beautiful if you went and collected science and they were all 30 every time and you fixed it, and the next month it would go down to 10, they go down to 5. There's a lot of other factors on here, but we do see, and I didn't bring, we have some isotope, I didn't want to confuse the message, but there is in the report, you probably saw that there were some of that data, and there was some actually fecal hits too that coincided with some of the highest values on here. So, I want to just leave it with that. I actually went and looked also at the concentrations for the whole study, all the sewer in all the communities, and those values are for the whole study slightly higher. It's probably 1.8, and the TP is actually a little lower. So they're not too far off from the means that we posted on here. The satellite beach is a little lower than some of the communities, other sewer communities in other areas, but they never reach 2, and they never reach, anything more than 0.1 in total phosphorus. Just giving you a comparison. Questions?
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Charlie.
So I was kind of curious for the locations that you did sample. Was there any data on the adjacent houses, and did they have leaky lines that might contribute to?
That's a great question. We suspected, at least in one case where we had a control that had a really high value, that, there's a lateral right next door. The smoke testing did not point out. We picked areas where we didn't have a smoke test detect that there was a broken lateral, but that doesn't mean, smoke testing isn't fail-proof. So it could have been, in some cases, we're like, well, that looks like there's a broken line next door. And so that's when we're like, this control might not be a true control, very hard to control unless we absolutely know there's a lateral has been inspected and it's good next door.
Or they had fancy palms that they may have added phosphorus fertilizer to.
Right, that too. So we did see some signals. We were like, I think this is someone just added, a lot of phosphorus and screaming hot phosphorus. Ruining my perfect design. That's what happens, right? You recruit your homeowners and they change their plans. And we didn't really, we mentioned to be nice if you at least let us know if you add fertilizer. And they're like, yeah, we never do it because it's wet season. You're not supposed to, right? Like, yeah.
Anything else? Any other questions? Dennis, go ahead.
Just a question. When these laterals are cracked, broken, identified as a smoke test, what percentage of the effluent flowing through it actually gets to the sewer, and what do you think goes into the ground? Any idea?
I don't have any idea. I know that a couple of these that the homeowners show very proudly that they replaced, it looked like it was completely severed. I can't imagine much going into the sewer line because it was completely unattached, basically.
I would guess that if it was completely unattached, it would back up a whole lot. And they would be repairing it without being told it had to be repaired. So I'm wondering how much.
No, I think the soil is really drains very quickly, and so with some of our isotope results, we actually saw a couple really numbers off the chart, and we typically what that means is that there's been a bacterial community that lives there for a long time, and so they might have been broken for a long time, and you have this bacteria really kind of cooking for and so the lab wasn't very happy when you send very high isotope results. It ruins their low-level detection. But
Thanks.
Well, is there anybody over here?
I do think that's a good question, and these things do have a tendency to change over time. It's not like it just severs and then all day to day, and that it's instantaneous. So I do tend to agree that if it's truly not able to send any sewage to the system, that you would typically see a backup, but. There's some distribution of that. But have you gone through and done any of the math as far as typical generation rates from a house on their quantities and the typical nitrogen load, and to take a look at the masses that you're seeing in terms of mass concentration of nutrients to compare it because there's just so many pieces, and I've got no doubt or don't disagree at all that if we've got broken laterals, they need to be fixed. They're probably a contributor at some level. What I don't have a sense of is the magnitude and the mass loading.
And honestly, based on 5, an N of 5, I don't know if that's a fair calculation and then make an extrapolation to all of the broken laterals we might have. So that's the difficulty, and it wasn't really, but that's something we can certainly look at, but you have to caveat that. That's a really small N. And all in the same type of soil, the same location, some kind of hydraulic conductance. So you're taking now a little snapshot and trying to extrapolate it to the whole county with caution to do that.
And I think that's just the important piece is that, again, there's no doubt that if sewage lines are broken, they need to be fixed. The question becomes of how much of a contributor to the challenge that is, so as we think about funding and where the priorities exist, how that lines up.
And it could be, if you have difficulty recruiting, then, that's your first big hurdle right there before you even know how are you going to assess these, and how are you going to be able to get people to connect and get fixed?
Good.
Seems like an interesting way possibly to find out where the lateral problems are is to talk to the plumbers that are actually fixing them. I know in my neighborhood, we have a really bad problem with copper pipes that are wearing out after 30 years. And they're flooding houses, and you talk to any of the plumbers, they all know, that subdivision, that's what your problem is. I'm wondering if, we had a plumber come in that's scoped all the time, and he says it's like constant. I'll bet you he could give us some pretty good data about where he's constantly going, and that would be a pretty interesting free analysis, it seems like to me. Just ask them where they think.
You did have that, some of that. You
Did
had
we?
some plumbers come here and have that
Yeah,
discussion.
I remember him.
Right, and I think it's really based on age, that you probably can have a pretty good idea of which ones might be failing, but the question I think here was, what is the magnitude of the impact if they are
Right.
failing to the overall big nutrient budget?
I remember we presented some questions to that when they were here. And
Right.
I remember the answer being, everything in Brevard County is obsolete and out of date.
Yeah,
Yeah,
50
just
50
60s
years for.
And there was no hot zones. The whole
Yeah.
watershed
Yeah.
was a hot zone of failing, sewer laterals. So,
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that in inspections.
any other questions?
I had one.
Benny, go ahead.
So, Dr. Listopad, you said the closer to the water, the higher the numbers were?
For nitrogen.
For nitrogen.
For phosphorus, not so much, really. It was some of the internal, yeah.
And
There were some, like I said, an end of 8 to 5 to 8, so.
Well, I just didn't know, obviously, whenever you do testing or research, you look for correlations. I didn't know if there was correlation in the range, Virginia, that we used for septic tanks as far as priorities. If there was a look at that nitrogen in that type of soil and nitrogen that's not in that soil compared to leaky laterals that are in, to see if there's, just to see it, because if we do go to a funding, do we fund ones that are closer to the body of water to affect it, just like we did with the septic tank? So I just didn't know if there was any correlation looked into.
It looks like it. I didn't go and pick what the hydroconductance was of the soils that it was using the modeling versus this, but yeah, they were very much closer to the water. The ones that at least had those 11 and 30, they were pretty close.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Listopad, appreciate
Thank
it. All right, we've got one more presentation, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Smoke testing, benefits. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you? My name's Edward Fontanin. I'm the Utility Services Director for Brevard County. I am the PowerPoint, so you might as well just focus on me. And I'm going to do this in brief. And again, I'm trying not to over-advocate, but as a new director coming in, I understand the focus of Sorrel and, just regional wide of what we're trying to do with addressing all the different components of making the Indian River Lagoon better. And as such, I look at it from the perspective of a utility director, and I say that generically. And as our role in this, this mission crusade, we are, I think all of us, because I do keep in touch with many of the utility directors, we are all making steps in our due diligence on how to identify areas where we can fix. And I think that's the key. Obviously, septic to sewer is a different component, but this is more about laterals, and smoke testing is more about what we currently have. And at least on behalf of our department, but it's not uncommon, and we are in the process of doing CCTV, NASCO coding of all our sewer lines. And for those of you that don't know what that is, and there's vendors out there and various vendors, and we have a contract where we have gone through and televised all the lines and coded. And what the coding tells us is it lets us know specifically at what segment of the line has a damage or an error in the regard, and they identify it by a number of the severity of it. And the importance of that is we look at that as a tool that gives us more precise way of how to spend our dollars and how and where sewer lining should be going. So, last year we finished the completion of the beaches, which would be on the beach side, Pineda, all the way down to Melbourne Beach. And the feedback was positive. It brought to our attention sewers that were plugged, which when you have hundreds and thousands of miles of gravity sewer, it's tough to keep a sense on that. But it also gave us a real sense of where to invest our dollars in sewer lining to address those needs. And I'm carrying that forward because as we're going through that, the other component when we talk about I&I and wastewater, which it's just a part of our business, is we talk about the laterals and how do we do the due diligence of checking laterals to a degree where we can say we did our job in checking. And when we go through that, there's two critical. There's that cost benefit. And smoke testing is, I think, a benefit because one of the challenges when we get into laterals, we're really dealing with private property. As a homeowner, and I'm sure many of you are homeowners, it's our property. So we don't give a green light necessarily for people to just be on your property, and following the due diligence. There's a permission or a waiver, and that can be cumbersome. What smoke testing allows is for utilities to do the testing within the right-of-way and allows to find out that errors that occur. Is it foolproof? No. But when you look at the cost of doing sewer lining or smoke testing, which it ranges from about 30 to 40 cents a foot for a contractor to go out there and perform it, there is a benefit. The secondary benefit of why it's beneficial to do it, and again, it goes back to the cost, but when you do smoke testing and situations do occur, when we deal with agencies, and again, the agencies are typically the FDEP and the EPA, when situations occur, you basically get asked, well, what have you done prior to this situation that will tell us that what kind of level of due diligence have you been performing and what kind of investment? And unfortunately, putting it on a 5-year CIP and saying 3 years out, we put it on there does not suffice for them. What they're looking for is, tell me what you have done. Smoke testing meets that criteria. Again, the objectivity of those agencies, it's up to them on how they want to pursue it, but it does give us, as communities, as utilities, that ability to say that we have tried to go through those steps. We are in the process of, and again, I'm speaking on behalf of Brevard County, we are in the process of tightening up our language to give us means of addressing when those identifications come up, and that'll be coming up early in the first quarter of next year where we present it to the commission. And it'll, because without and I know in the box when you check on the new projects, it'll ask you, is there a current ordinance? And that is a key component, because if there isn't a means of making the homeowner address it, then why do it? But in our intent, that is going to the commission early next year. I was going to keep this short because I know this is a long meeting. I saw where I was. I just wanted to kind of give you some general overview and opinion. Whether you think it's novice or professional, I'll leave that up to you. But are there any questions?
Go ahead, Jay.
Are you scoping the force mains too?
We do have intention. We've met with a vendor. There is technology. One of the technologies, there's two types of technology of doing force main testing. There's one that's called a smart ball, and a smart ball basically measures air pockets or micro leaks. Again, and again, I think from the cost side, that's the right approach to go. A lot of the technology that's coming from force mains is really derived from the petroleum natural gas industry, and they carried it forward. There is another technology where they actually, it looks like it's a rod with teeth sticking out of it, which are probes. And what that's really testing for is the material thickness of the pipe. But we have met with a vendor, and we do intend on implementing it in critical lines. Again, we're looking at if a break occurs on a major line, have we checked it? And we're looking at programming that for next fiscal year.
Eddie, how would you say the county is doing in its preparedness or its you had mentioned the due diligence that funding sources are looking for? What have you done, before you ask us for money? How would you say the county is doing?
Well, like I mentioned, we are doing this at our expense through our budget, all of the gravity sewer assessment. We are doing this. We have completed all of Beachside, which again, I always have to define boundaries, which is Pineda to the south. That is complete. We have done all of Barefoot Bay. Right now, we are in the process where the vendor began 2 months ago, where we are doing all of Merritt Island and our program to also do all of Port St. John. And in fiscal year 21, we plan on carrying that up to North Brevard and other areas here in South Central, what we are doing. We are also looking at expanding that to go beyond just gravity lines, but also to do manholes themselves. Because again, when we talk about point of I&I, we focus a lot on, we have discussions about laterals and about the lines themselves, but a lot of times the manhole itself is not brought into conversation. So again, we're doing that. And again, what the idea of this is it's an assessment, and it's spending smart dollars. So before this technology that would occur, and I've been, prior to being a director, I've been doing engineering consulting for 25 plus years. And when sewer lining was done, I remember early in my career, and the technology hasn't changed much, there wasn't this NASCO coding, TV and approach, and it was done more on the approach, well, I think it's vitrified clay pipe, and it was built in 1960s, so we should line all the sewers. Well, in budget sense, that's a great idea. It's not using the dollars smartly. And what we're trying to do is to do that smartly. So what we're finding is we're actually finding pockets over in Beachside that, yes, that was built in the 70s and 80s, and yes, it's vitrified clay, but now the coating is coming in that it's actually pretty good condition. So we're taking that approach. We're implementing more of an aggressive valve exercise program on our force main. We are going through and now implementing a QA/QC check of our air relief valves. And, we're constantly building on this. There's a lot to be said. It's stuff that we were doing prior to me coming, but it's also a lot of this stuff has been implemented, and we plan on growing from
How would you say we're doing relative to other counties?
I can't answer that because I don't. Again, I don't want to speak
I'm looking for a scorecard, and everything you're saying sounds great, and I'm happy to hear it. Right. But what I don't know is, are we behind? Are we proactive? Are we a model that other counties want to follow?
Well, I like to believe that we are, but that's just me having an ego.
Sure.
I don't know that. You're asking when the scorecard, and I can only tell you, well, how many runs the home team has. I don't know what the visitors have scored.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Anybody else?
Go ahead.
Todd, go ahead.
You're not going to outdo me, are you? All right. This is my turf.
I actually think that, that's one of the challenges that utilities face. And one of the discussions, I actually gave a presentation in Tallahassee on Wednesday on asset management. And each utility faces similar but different challenges. So, every utility is going to be different. They have their ecosystems are different. The nature of their infrastructure is different. So one of the directions that both the utility sector and I think pending legislation is going to go is to really advocate continuing to formalize asset management approaches so that there is more comparison between utilities and there is better documentation and clarity on where utilities stand. How good are they doing? You know, what are the objectives, what are the deficiencies in each community, and a clear-cut, laid-out plan to largely speak to the questions that you just answered. And I think that's a very positive step for both the state and utilities, because the reality is there's a lot of good work that goes on in utilities. Every utility has improvements to be made, and I'm sure there's plenty of utilities that have a lot of improvements to make. So the entire gamut is spanned. And I think that's a very positive direction of continuing to improve that more structured asset management approach. There's reporting requirements in some of that proposed legislation that get moving in that right direction so that you can have that exact discussion about what fits for the community and how well that performance is going.
All right. Well, thank you, Eddie. I appreciate it. Was there, oh, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to bring it back to smoke testing.
Yes.
It seems like we're getting off on a tangent there. If I heard you correctly, there are benefits to smoke testing, right? And you would recommend that we continue with a regular program of smoke testing.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. There's been some discussion in the past that there was no value to smoke testing. There is value to smoke testing.
There is value to smoke
Thank
testing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I think we're about ready to get to the meat of our meeting today. Looks like we don't have any old business on the docket. So we can enter into the new business. And Virginia, if you want to discuss item A real quick.
So this is a proposed meeting schedule for the calendar year of 2020. We followed the prior model of meeting on the third Friday of the month with a break in June. We've put here tentatively the third Friday of December. This year, you voted to move that up a week, to move it, further from the Christmas holiday. So I just wanted to highlight that for you. What's on here is the third Friday, which for 2020 is 7 days before Christmas, if that's adequate. And we will continue to meet in the Florida room, this room, whenever it's available. It is not available in January, so just pointing that out, that for your next meeting, we will be in the County Commission chambers.
And are you guessing that in maybe October or November, we're going to be in the County Commission chambers with the election coming up?
The county manager is trying to come up with some alternate meeting space for the supervisor of elections so that this room will remain available. He's still working on that.
That would be my preference.
Yes. We spoke out very strongly in favor of that. Yes.
All right, so we need a motion to approve the 2020 calendar.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any further discussion on our calendar? All right, so let's have a vote here. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, so the 2020 calendar is written in stone. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the project funding requests.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how you want to handle this. I put a couple slides together to sort of introduce the item, if you think that would be helpful, with new members sort of going over the role and the intent of these annual exercises.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay. So in the enabling ordinance that formed the Oversight Committee, it lays out sort of, what this process is supposed to be. Obviously, a critical part of your role is to adapt to better information and opportunities as they arise during the 10-year duration of the tax. In order to do that, one of your things is to review alternative projects submitted by municipalities and other partners, review monitoring data, which is why we brought you more monitoring data today that you hadn't heard yet prior to these decisions, looking at literature and local studies, and then recommend to the County Commission annual adjustments to the plan. So then this last paragraph is sort of paraphrased what's in that enabling ordinance. The idea is that you're supposed to identify projects that deliver comparable nutrient removal benefits to be added or substituted in the plan. In the same sublagoon, it's important that we manage nutrients in each sublagoon according to the needs of those water body areas. And unless otherwise agreed to by the county commission, if a substitute project costs more than the project that's already in the plan, then that would only be approved if the entity that was proposing that project made up the difference. So with that in mind, we work to try to prioritize, to sequence the projects in the giant 11 by 17 table according to sort of that fifth paragraph, looking at comparable removal benefits and eligible cost share. So as a reminder, especially to the new members, where did those eligible dollar amounts come from? This was your approved eligible cost share approved back in August. The table at the bottom talks about what is the eligible amount per pound of nitrogen removal benefit for each type of project. And those dollar values are based on the best available information. So where we have projects with available costs here locally, it's based on that information. Where there was very little information locally, we went to state or national or Chesapeake Bay or other examples. We also went through our annual exercise of looking at the 10-year revenue projections, and do we need to revise what our anticipated revenues are over the course of the life of the surtax. And so we pulled the State Department of Revenue figures for the Consumer Price Index. It's lower currently than it was 2 years ago when we updated the revenue projections in the plan. In 2019, we went through this exercise. The change was so minimal, the committee agreed to not alter anything, so that's why you're only seeing 2018 and then 2020 revisions. So even though the CPI is lower going forward in 2020, the first couple years of collections being higher means that the 10-year collection is about $8 million higher than what we projected 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. So with that number, the $494 million, I know this is a busy slide, so I'll try to walk you through because I got a lot of questions. Where did the $97 million come from? So if we have $494 million to spend over 10 years, the currently adopted plan allocates $420 million. You can see that number on the giant rainbow spreadsheets in the back of the plan. Then to that number, we have some of the projects that are on this list of project requests are actually substitutes of projects that are already in the approved plan. So especially septic to sewer projects where utilities has looked at it, and from their perspective, it makes sense to include these 3 houses over here, but leave out those 4 houses over there. Mm-hmm. And so they've proposed a revised project with the same name, and that's why some of these project numbers say 50B or 3A, so we use the same project numbers when that project came into the plan originally, however many years ago. And so if you look at those, that's what this box of substitute projects, so all of these are projects that are already in the approved plan but are on your list today in some sort of revised form. And so this is the amount of funding that was already allocated for those projects that we can sort of put back into the pot if you approve them at these new rates. So this total, why does my cursor keep disappearing? There, that 14.7 million gets added back in up here as available. And then we've also had a list of projects withdrawn over the course of the last year. So those add up to 16.6 million. So that's where this number comes from. And then we've had a number of requests come forward this year. Most recently, you probably recall the Palm Bay wastewater treatment plant. They came in and requested additional funds to improve that project. You've got a similar request on your agenda today from Titusville, asking for a little bit more money to go from 3 milligrams per liter all the way down to the AWT standard of 3 milligrams per liter. So those are additional costs of 3 million, so subtract that out. So that brings you to 102 million that is unallocated and potentially available for you to allocate today. We have a 5% contingency reserve, so subtract that 5 million, and that brings you to the 97. The one change to that is if you go down the list, the 11 by 17 spreadsheet in the order that you have, the project that's right there on the cusp, can we fund it, can we not fund it? It happens to be Sharps A, project number 163, Sharps A, and it is also a project that's already in the plan and already has 6.2 million allocated to it. So if you wanted to include that project as well, then you could recycle that $6 million minus the 5% contingency, and so then you would have 103 million available. Now that's highly confusing. But that's how we tried to structure your package, and that's my introduction, Mr. Chair.
Virginia, a quick question on that Sharps one that you just mentioned. That's highlighted. My first, part of our task here is to decide what projects that we don't want to include. That's right, Virginia?
Yes.
So with this project already being started, but on the chopping block, or potentially on the chopping block,
So let me say it's already in the plan, but it has not started.
Okay.
No pennies have been spent on that project yet.
We'll take a minute and look at this.
David, Courtney wants to ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Courtney, I didn't hear.
So are you saying that we have a total cost of these projects at 1.15 or 115 million? That's the total?
That is the total eligible for
Okay.
Save Our Indian River Lagoon cost share. The total cost is the 175 million.
But we would be funding 115?
Right.
And you're saying we have available 103?
Correct.
Okay. So and that's even with the Sharps replacement thingy? Okay, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
So we're basically having to find 12 million
That's right.
if we want to fund everything.
Right, we are 12 million short of being able to fund everything, and that would also allocate every penny that we anticipate over the 10-year life of the tax. And so, going forward, if there were any cost overruns, you are hemmed in by the 5% contingency. That's all that's in reserve. If additional technologies or opportunities came forward, all of your money would be tied up in these projects. And so the only way that you could take advantage of a new opportunity would be to cut projects in the approved plan, which could be moving forward, to your point. We could have already, or the cities may have already started on design. And so
Did I miss what the county's position was on project number 56, the Sharps project, Sharps A? Or were
I think you didn't miss it, it's just very confusing. So if you look in that top left box, right, there's 97 million potentially available for allocation.
That's right.
And so when you look down the, where did it go? The column on the cumulative cost column. So let me try to shrink this so we can see more of it, and then it's going to be so small that you won't be able to read it. But this column Q, the cumulative cost column, if you go down to 97.3 million, this project number 56, there's not quite enough money there. However, if you look in the far right fields, you see that this is a project that's already in the plan, that already has 6.2 million allocated.
Right.
So you don't need a full 7.8 million to add this project to the plan. You only need 1.6 million. So if you were adding this project, you have enough money to do it. If you were adding some other project on the list that wasn't already partially funded, you would not have adequate funds to do that.
All right, so we have a project that's on in the plan. It's already funded, but the cost per pound of nitrogen on this project is $2,839, which it looks like. Is that how this? This whole chart is it sorted by escalating cost per nitrogen
Yes.
pound?
Yes.
Except for, I'm looking at 21.
Yeah, really.
And that was the question that I had too, is that how was this sorted? Because
So it's sorted on 3 different factors.
Okay.
So the first sort column is sort of the middle of the page, the eligible tax funding per pound. What is the tax paying per pound? And when you look at that column, so we'll just look at what you were asking about, right, Rose 2021. You have a 3-way tie between projects 19, 20, and 21. So how do you break that 3-way tie? So then we looked at 2 other factors, the total cost of the project, not just what the lagoon tax would be putting in, and how much load reduction would be achieved. So if you're going to spend the same amount of tax money for all 3 projects, same amount per pound, would you rather have a big project or a small project? So we assumed you would rather have the bigger project that's going to make a bigger impact on water quality.
And by bigger project, you mean?
Load
total
reduction,
nitrogen.
yes.
Yeah.
Because at least from my perspective, this total cost column isn't incredibly relevant, because there's a lot of other decision factors that cities are making the choice to move forward with projects, and on occasion, they've got a major project of which the work we're interested in is a part of it, and that's not a bad thing.
Right.
So even though that project costs 100, we're only paying 5,000 or 5 million, right?
Which project?
We're still on
Project
the
21.
Project 21.
You're paying $148 per pound even though the total cost of that project is $12,902 per pound.
Right. That's what I'm saying. We're not paying that full cost.
Correct.
Okay,
That's right.
got
The
it.
way that I look at this, and just, I was trying to think of this tactically, just to deal with the numbers, is as Virginia said, it is sorted. It's sorted by science, is the way I looked at it.
Right.
So it is sorted by the most bang for our dollar, the way it is. So the questions that I was thinking is how far down the list we want to go, which is connected to, do we want to have any reserves? So those are the two questions that kind of were in my head, is how far down did we want to go, resulting in whether or not we have reserves. And then as we went down, are there any projects that we wanted to question? But that's just kind of how I thought about it.
Right, and so we have the Excel table live, so if there are any projects that you want to exclude for any reason, we can take those out live and recalculate the cumulative cost so you know where you are.
I had a question. For because the vast majority on here are with Brevard County Utilities with septic to sewer removal. And for the ones that were not in the plan, are there any that are these all gonna go at the same time? Like, are we starting all of them now? Or is this like a 10-year outlook? Because we may want to drop some for now, so we have some reserves, and then we add it back in as time goes on, because so that's the question, is there any of these that?
Well, I think we could also always not approve them this year and then save them for next year. Yeah, just like you're saying, Courtney.
Exactly the same.
What is your intent on the timing of implementing these requests if the funding was recommended and the board approved?
Well, depending on what the amount is, but what the intent is, once we go through this, we can then start looking at how to develop the delta, because some of these costs, what the calculation of soil and what the project cost is, in a perfect world, it would be more than enough, but there's a delta. So once we have the approval, that'll give us the approval to start reaching out and start looking at other mechanisms on funding. And what that means is we have options of looking at grants through the St. Johns River Water Management District, the 319 Estate Revolving Fund, and obviously start looking at how we need to start structuring our rates and looking at that as an option. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, because you're asking about timeline.
Yeah, so this is the concern, like if we lock in all of these now, it basically, we're done.
Correct.
You know, so we're done for the whole rest of, and there may be some, you know, that you don't start for 8 years.
Well,
and we have cities that are waiting to do theirs. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's the concern that I have is, are these all gonna be done, are they all gonna be started right now?
Well, the other mechanism, again, we have to look at, there's a component of dollars. There's more than enough dollars to get this program started. And then we can start looking at how to implement it. So when you get into dollars of this size, it's not uncommon where we start looking at some form of program management to accelerate this.
To do,
Charlie, go ahead.
So,
I'm
is
not really
it been
sure.
calculated, is the capacity at the sewer plants adequate to accept this new input as well as any other growth that's occurring subsequent?
We've looked at that, and currently today, yes.
And that anticipates growth.
So we know growth, when we deal with growth, we know growth for the south central, the central area, because we've seen the plan. When we look over at Beachside, if you look at that, and I might be off by a few percent, 5 or 10 maybe, we know there isn't much to be developed over on Beachside, and we've looked at that as a comparison. When we looked at Merritt Island, our treatment plant has the growth to accomplish that, because we're only running that plant at about 50%, 55% capacity. So we feel confident in that regard, yes. Now, if a new development comes in or a new PUD comes in, and obviously that gets introduced, that would change it, but that's why I'm saying as of today, yes.
Dennis, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, just real quick, I want to apologize to the chair and to the committee. I'm hosting an event for about 25 government officials. I thought you might be, Courtney, and I have got to leave in this most important discussion. I
So,
apologize.
and I'm going to be late. We're not there. So.
Yeah, we might not make it, so.
23 government officials.
Invite them here. Yeah.
Go ahead.
There were some dredging projects that were taken out of the plan last year. Are they totally off the table forever, or is there any hope that they might resurface?
If we accept the full list of funding, yeah, they're off the table forever. And so, yeah, the monies we gave up last year, I mean, 90% of the requests here are from Brevard County, and they're for utilities-related matters. So, yeah, the dredging would be off.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Well, I just want to go on the record that I think this is missing the dredging projects that really have the best bang for their buck and do the best remedy for the lagoon. So I just want to go on the record that I think that's an error to pursue, not to pursue more dredging projects.
I want to go on the record also.
Stating the same?
Stating the same, yes.
I just had a question to see if we could get to like an end. So are there projects here, in here, that you're confident you will start in the next 3 to 5 years?
Yes.
And that's how many?
When you say
Which-
start
Like,
from-
actually start construction?
Break ground.
Like break ground, put it in the ground?
If the funding is there, yes.
And that's all of them, or is that some of them, or?
Again, there's a lot of, I feel like this is a deposition now.
No, I'm just asking, because we're trying to figure out what we're going to fund.
No, I understand. Step one is to get project approval. When we know what the project approval is, we understand that us as a department, these aren't going to drag out for 5-6 years. We understand that. When we understand what's approved, then we figure out what we need to do for the delta, and then we look at different mechanisms. So right now we're doing things on an individual task order per project. That could get accelerated by broadening the scope of the work and introducing larger firms that can help us accelerate that. So I know you're looking for a black or white answer on this, Courtney, but I guess it is our full intent to implement this very soon, as fast as we can.
Subject to board approval.
Subject to board approval and whatnot.
My question is, I guess, a little bit of follow on that, a little bit of more of a flip side of how to help you across the finish line of, if we can't fund everything, we've got to find money somewhere. Are there projects that you consider riskier or not as likely to be completed that would be more toward the bottom of your list? Or if we had to find money, would it better position you to reduce the contribution on each because you might have other funding sources, such as some of the legislative funding that better positions you to capture that external funding to leverage the local dollars that are coming in? So I guess my question is a little bit of, there's a couple different ways we can cut dollars, right? Entire projects or percentage of funding, because we can always fund at less than the allowable threshold. With some other dollars that are potentially coming in, I'm not sure which would better position you to get as much complete as possible.
So, Todd, I'm going to try to answer this as objectively as I can because I don't want it to be subjective. we understand, you know, coming into this department, coming into this county, we were increasing the footprint of septic to sewer. And when I say that, I don't want to get into what area. We used the heat map that was generated as part of this, and we basically try to encumber as much as that as we can. Those were our tools of how we used it. We incorporated how we would connect those areas, but that was, if you're asking me what kid would I throw out the car on this, I can't answer that.
Well, it's basically, would you throw a kid out the car or just cut arms off of both of them?
And that's you know, that's not really my decision to make.
All right, so we are, oh, Virginia, were you going to say something?
Well, just to try to partially answer the question. So if you look down the list to position number 43, project number 148, North Merritt Island E, the total cost for that project, $14.31 per pound, is less than the $1,500 per pound maximum eligibility. So everything above that project, you know, going down the list to and through that project, if the cost estimates are somewhat adequate, then the sales tax alone should be sufficient to cover the cost of that project without him needing additional funds from anywhere else. So it's when you get below that line that you start asking the question, where are the additional funds going to come from? How sure are you that they're
correct.
going, you know, that we're going to be able to secure them? And, you know, great question about, do you?
Well, that's the thing. If you're going to go after grant funding, they're typically looking at matching funds and being able to leverage. It may be that there's enough matching funds out there to do all of these projects. I don't know, but often those are looked at a project by project basis, and you want to keep above that highest leverage threshold is one of the main factors of the grant agencies.
Right. And so the legislature has got several bills out there looking at $50 million in funding for septic to sewer projects or projects for the Indian River Lagoon. And if you think, okay, well, if we're willing to pay $1,500 per pound and there's potential for 50-50 match out there, then that could drive you, you know, all the way down to the projects that are up to $3,000 per pound, which happens to be the Yellow Row Sharps A.
Is that why that's yellow?
No, but
Oh,
it
okay.
just worked out
Okay.
really, really nicely that way.
I think John had it.
John, go ahead.
Make a motion to extend the meeting by half an hour.
Oh, it's 11:30 already.
So,
Yeah, all in favor of extending the meeting?
We need a motion.
We have to. Any opposed?
That was the motion.
You have a first and a second, right?
second.
All- Extend the meeting, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. 30 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so are you saying that if everything below, including and below the Sharps A project, that could be possibly postponed because we're not really getting the bang for our buck at that point?
And you're already also below a 50%
Right, and
funding
we're-
threshold,
right.
which means that
The likelihood of
the
coming up with that much
typical
match.
grants
Yeah.
aren't going to do more than 50%. So you're counting on getting a grant and getting other supplemental funding in addition to the Lagoon Fund. So there's a lot more steps.
So
Those
then-
all, those
those
all
projects.
are also Brevard County projects, too.
Right.
So what I'm thinking, so Virginia, what you're saying is any of the ones that are 1,500, the Merritt Island G and below, they've capped out on the amount that we can pay.
Correct.
So those projects, if you were to point out a child that was at risk of maybe falling out of the car,
Or losing a
Bad
limb.
analogy, sorry, guys.
those, yeah, or losing an arm, those may be the projects that if you were to look at a number standpoint would be riskier as we can't give them the full amount that we're giving them the max we can.
So that would give us some reserves in the future.
That would give us like 20, 22 or 23 million, it looks like, maybe
But I do
25.
want to just say, you know, when you have that many septic to sewer projects in one utility, we basically locked out every other utility in the
Yeah.
county from applying for
That concerns me, and so does.
I'm
that
just
con-
saying, like, you know, I understand that that's, you know, we basically just locked out every other community from doing the same projects.
That's a valid concern. I share that sentiment. Virginia, I have a question about, it's been brought to our attention, you know, there's a lack of dredging projects on here. But I'm not sure what that means, even if we were to address it here for the next year. If the county doesn't have dredging projects in the well ready to proceed, I don't know who would bring them forth. Maybe you could, you know, is there anything on the horizon that you could
So we had
share with us?
2 projects that we had started the field data collection on, that we had to cut last year in order to meet the directive. And we also have the Cocoa Beach Golf. There's a very large borrow pit immediately west of the Cocoa Beach Golf Course that is only partially funded currently in the plan.
And that's it?
Right, I mean, we're not going to proceed with
Yeah.
data collection, spending dollars on a project that's not funded. There's no.
I think that's why if we do leave reserves, who knows what's gonna happen, and maybe the state comes through with more money for septic to sewer, and a lot of this clears up, we end up with more money at the end to spend on other projects.
Well, that opens up, that opens up, you know, the idea of how much money do we want to
Hold in
aside.
reserves, yeah.
And that's a, you know,
Well, but again, it's a year, and I know the project's 10 years, but, I mean, really, next year, if any project we don't approve, we could just say carry it over and see if we get any others, and it's 1 year. Obviously, 1 year is important, and I think there is urgency to getting as many programs as we can, because the amount of nitrogen that gets taken out compounds year to year. But I also, I don't know, I'm just one of them fiscal people that like to make sure I got money in the bank.
well, if we followed,
Yeah.
The data's still coming in from our current projects, so.
Yeah.
if we followed that first idea, or, I don't know if it was the first idea,
44.
the one the west side of the committee's chatting about, where we axe everything from the Sharps A project down. That'll free up, I haven't done the math, but somewhere between $22 and $25 million, it looks like.
I think that's the end of it.
No.
That's the end of it.
Yeah, that money doesn't exist.
That money doesn't exist.
Where am I at?
You mean the Merritt, you mean Merritt G.
Merritt
That's
Island
what
G.
you're talking about.
That's what the east side of your table was talking about.
Maybe I don't know where I'm at on a compass.
44 is where it goes up to 1,500 a pound.
Project 44.
Project
So
44.
number 44
Oh, that's where-
is 1,500 a pound.
Oh, okay, so,
I'm sorry, hold on.
So that's what they're talking about.
So you've got, the cumulative funding is total, right? And it's 103 million is what's available. So prior to Sharps A, you've got 89 million allocated.
Yeah, and after that, we have, if we're looking at the eligible tax funding
So,
adjusted column.
In essence, it's 14 million approximately that would be unallocated from Sharps A on down if those went. Is that right?
If you're looking at the eligible tax funding adjusted column, which is the column we want to look at, right? The one right in the middle where the fold of our paper is? The Sharps A is 7.8, the Maryland H is 8.1, or
If
almost
you look at
8.2.
2 columns over, that's
I don't
the
have a full
cumulative
paper.
funding as each
Oh,
project
sorry.
is added on.
Okay, hold on.
So when you're at row 55, by the time that project's done, there's been almost about 90 million committed,
Leaving 13.
leaving 13. I mean, that's a cumulative total as each project adds on.
5%.
Is that 5% presumed to cover all of the cost adjustments for the remainder of the 10-year plan?
It's designed.
When the plan was adopted, there was no contingency. I think just before you came on, there was a vote to create a 5% contingency.
That was a smart vote. Is that enough, is my question.
Probably not.
In the current climate of rising construction costs, it is not. You know, what the economy is going to do 18 months from now?
So without being arbitrary, is there an expert that can tell us what a proper percentage would be for this particular issue?
Are you looking for an index recommendation, or?
To ensure that we don't go over, and so, and that
Jay
we
said
can
10
plan
or-
better.
He said 10 or 15.
I mean, that's what I would go into. I mean, I'm real conservative, because I'm like Vinnie, I don't like to spend money I don't have.
Right, no one should like this.
But we also ought to be cautious, because if we're too conservative, then that means and you heard at the beginning of the beginning of the meeting today, how long some of these projects take to get through planning and design and permitting and all those. If we get too conservative, you're going to put the brakes on projects that will then not be ready, and that we won't have available to spend money on. So there's a delicate balance here between overspending, overcommitting, but also pulling money that we expect to have off the table, so that there's all of that pre-work's not advancing. And you've seen that over the first couple of years of this program. That's why we've had trouble spending money, because until there's some likelihood of money being available, people aren't willing to spend the cash to get a project to a constructible level.
And we also, you know, we talked about early on the advantages of doing more work up front and building on that, so.
If I
Go ahead, Jay.
I mean, you know, again, I'm new, so I don't know all of the past discussions on these subjects, but going back to a point that Courtney raised right up front, if we were to approve this list all the way down to Sharps A or even beyond, there are no more projects that can be approved in the future if they come up. And to me, whether you want to call it setting aside as a contingency or setting it aside as reserve, it makes sense to me that there are going to be very worthwhile projects that might come up in the next 6 years that we want to consider. And they might be shovel-ready projects. So, I mean, personally, I don't think that we should be approving every last dollar for projects. Now, I respect what Todd just said about we want to get projects approved as quickly as possible so that this very lengthy process can get started. But there's the delicate balance. And so somewhere on this list, I believe somewhere well short of the Sharps A project is where we should be cutting the line.
Virginia, go ahead.
Just throwing something else out there. So if you wanted to hold 10% back, and we've already got 5% in contingency, so add another 5%, whether you call it contingency or reserves, right? You would want to hold back 25 million of the 103. So that means you would want to potentially allocate 78. So if you go down your cumulative column, you've got line 49 gets you to 71 million, and then line 50 takes you to 82. So, you know, in that general vicinity, you would be holding back 10% of the funding. The other thing, that if you use that 71 million and then you go up the list to the top of the utility projects, you know, what was allocated before you got to utility projects was 12 million. So 70 minus 12 is about 60 million. If there's potentially 50 million out there for matching funds, you know, this would allow you to leverage all of those.
make this contingent on Brevard County Utilities applying for that? Because that is the lion's share of the money
Yeah.
from now on. So if there's another city that was planning on doing the same thing next year, or, you know, there's no way anybody could do that with this current plan.
Do you, if, you said contingent on applying for state funds, but if the rates were increased to cover these additional costs, you know, is the committee concerned with where the matching funds come from, or just that
Just matching
they come?
funds, yeah. To make that, you know, so let's say for Merritt Island F on line 36, there's a eligible tax funding adjusted is 1.1 million, so that would turn that into 600,000. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, is that what we're talking about? So that would make this more palatable, because otherwise, you know, there could be a lot of communities that were planning on putting money in future years that won't be able to.
Yeah, and the other thing is.
Right, just for my own clarity. Year
Yes.
4?
Yes.
Okay.
And those projects that are less than the 1,500, if you're able to get matching funds, then that extends those dollars that much further, because we're paying for 100% of those, so
And I
that's
think-
huge.
And I think that's the dance you were talking about, is how long do we wait to see if they can get it versus losing a year and funding it now?
But if we were to propose, kind of building on Virginia's comment, you know, $50 million is a pretty sizable program to get launched with. And so, and if in reality, based upon matching funds, that turns into whatever, whether it's 55 or 60 or 70, and that starts to bring that number down.
Yeah.
And that's a huge amount to get started and to be rolling on over the next couple years. Seems like
Is that something your utility could, like, depend on? If that was, if we decided to look at a Sharps B, like, you know, or what were we talking about? I'm sorry. Maybe it was the other one, South Central AB, where we ended at 82.
For the, what would be the 10% reserve?
Right.
Yeah, North Merritt Island D or South Central AB.
Contingent on, you know, application of matching funds for all of them, not just the ones that require it.
Yeah.
The reserve can be revisited next year.
Well, and so
as well.
again, if we do that, then we're setting aside what we consider would be reserves, which means that if were other projects, we wouldn't be able to look at those. All we're doing is holding our money until year 8, 9, 10, whenever, till we realize we don't need that reserves, or we do, and it's gone.
Right.
You know, I thought one of the arguments about delaying the muck removal was that we do that at the end. And if we spend all the money now, there is no money for muck. So, you know, that was the direction I thought I heard from the county commissioners last year. I think we need to make sure we have some money unspent for that or other projects that came up that, you know, we haven't even thought of yet.
I agree.
I think we have support here for raising our reserve. And I think when we propose the motion, it certainly should reflect that. Todd, go ahead.
So do we have support for raising our mandatory reserve, or just holding back extra dollars? Because I heard two different discussions. I didn't necessarily hear a proposal to set our reserve criteria to move it from 5 to 10 as much as I heard to go beyond our reserves in not allocating, and I think those are two different things.
That's right. If we just put them in reserves, the scenario that Courtney's suggesting wouldn't be possible anyways. So I think the money should be.
Different issues. One is the projected additional costs that are coming, but no one really understands yet. And then separately, how adaptable our plan can continue to be to future opportunities. Right.
I think the
So both.
On the financial statement, Virginia, the contingency, the line that says contingency is 5%.
Correct.
The line that says reserves is what I think I was talking about is basically unfunded
Those reserves are
Already allocated.
allocated to multi-year projects that are going to be spent in future years. So they're not available to spend on
okay.
something else.
All right, so what I was talking about earlier then is a new category of reserves, if we will. Unallocated
Restricted
reserves.
reserves, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I support that. I think the motion should reflect that. Courtney, what were you just going to say?
Well, I was gonna ask, when we adopt projects or approve projects, if we get 3 years from now and realize that, let's say none of them are even close to being started, we could always replace them.
That's right.
Right?
Mhm.
I mean, so that's always a consideration. But I understand from what Eddie was saying was that they were looking at rate structures and things like that. And so if there's a level of need by the utility to be able to depend on an approval for the long term, that's kind of what I was asking, So far what we've had is projects come in as replacement projects because they were kind of ready to go. So if we're gonna, this to me is like a full-blown plan adjustment. And if these aren't ready to go, I don't know if they would really qualify in my mind as a project replacement. So that's my conundrum, I think, that I'm in. Like, I don't want to disrupt the utilities plans, but at the same time, this is a bigger deal than just a project replacement. It's basically a long-term plan amendment that we haven't really had a chance to discuss, I think.
Virginia, the Titusville numbers in here, I know it's the next agenda item, but where does that fit? Because if we use up all our money, then there's no even agenda item, right?
It was in my math of how do we get to the 79 million or the 103, so.
It's somewhere in there.
Yes.
Okay.
Todd, go ahead.
Just, and this may be I'll go to Mel's out of the box thinking. And I love that, so maybe I'll try to go there. We're following the model that we've set of very, definitive projects, but all in all, this is a septic to sewer program within Brevard County Utilities. Is there something that we could do that approved it kind of as a program and gave them some flexibility to move things forward? Because there's a lot of changes and movements that occur within as these are moved forward, because some of these are going to be problematic and some of them are just going to change drastically. Is there something out of the box that helps move septic to sewer forward, but that has, and the answer may well be no, that from the administration side of Sorrel that we need that tighter control, and that's fine too. But there's just it sounds like the utility department's in its early phases of getting these projects a little more developed.
I have a possible idea. So there's this list here between 36 and 43 that don't require a local cost share. So there wouldn't be dependent on a rate structure or anything like that, right? That they could still apply for 50% match and we still could reduce our cost share, right? And if we prove those today for this year and we leave these other ones kind of off to the side to say, okay, why don't we see what your utility rates can, it's going to be approved by the commission and so on, or however you're going to do that. But also reach out to the other communities to see where they're at in their septic to sewer process. Because I think all of the communities, including Satellite Beach and so on, I could say with certainty, feel that the idea of plan amendment or project approvals are when you bring your project in, that you're really going to start it in the next 2 to 3 years. And that's why you're bringing it in for project approval. So the idea is there. You're getting ready to apply for grants, you're, kind of halfway engineered, so on. So, that way it gives them we can get a better idea of where we're at from a septic to sewer standpoint across the whole county and the other utilities and see where they're at, and then we can work that into the rest of these. Do you see what I'm saying?
With your idea, would you change any of the projects on the plan at all at this point then? Would you just make the...
Well, I would say the committee would recommend funding through 43.
Which is, what's the name of it?
That would be North Merritt Island E, because that way the utility could get started on it, because they don't need a match in
Yeah,
that
that's-
respect.
I-
And they could just go ahead and start applying for their grants through the state.
And that saves, and that keeps what, 50, 60 million in reserve?
Yeah, and then we can set that aside and say, okay, since it's obvious the county commission wanted to structure, or focus on subject to sewer, let's reach out to the other communities and say, hey, we need to understand where you're at. And so that way we can have a larger discussion.
Virginia, give me your thoughts on that idea. On approving a motion to fund everything through project number 43, and then everything beyond that, waiting on feedback from the municipalities. How does that work in your department, in your world?
That's easy for us. You would be dedicating about 30 million to septic to sewer projects in the unincorporated county as proposed. Certainly we can reach out to the cities and ask them to think about, the 10-year, and that was the request in the beginning, but we can certainly ask that again. What it doesn't do is it doesn't provide an incentive to look at rate restructuring and come up with matching funds. One of the things that's been good about this program is being able to step out there and commit dollars and use that commitment for entities to be able to go and get the matching funds. Or even, if it was a water management district, 30% cost, you can't go get that unless you have the 70%.
So you're saying if we don't have, projects which will require some other funds that need to be included in the rates, then the county commission will have less desire to match.
I don't know, but there's not a financial incentive for them.
Can we?
Right thing to do.
Maybe there's a hybrid here where we can approve most of the plans with a contingency that maybe we reach out to the municipalities and see what they have, and we can always modify the plan if we need to strike a project or 2 or 5 or 10 in favor of a municipal project that we all love. The numbers are good. It seems to work. Maybe it's shovel ready or who knows what, and our hands won't be so tied.
I think there's a lot of value.
Laura Lee, go ahead.
What the county's rate for sewer, is it comparable to the rates that the municipalities are charging? Is it lower? Is it higher? Has anybody done an average of what the municipalities?
That has definitely been done, but I don't want to speak out of turn.
Is Eddie still here?
Yes.
It's in the process, he said.
But our rates are sort of in the middle, towards the low end of city rates? Bottom third.
Oh.
So is this committee, can we recommend that the county raise their rates to where they're comparable to what the municipalities are collecting?
I don't know that that's within our.
We could. It's not in our
I would
jurisdiction.
say
We could pass a resolution
our
supporting
oversight
it.
the money that we get. Obviously, I think anyone can say anything to anybody, but I think as a committee, oversight of the funds that are coming in is probably where we should stick our.
Stephanie?
Well, in some respects, by not approving some of those projects, that's essentially what we are saying, is that you need to look at everything. You need to look at your rate structure as well and make it comparable to what the municipal rate structure is, and help fund some of these projects by rates, not just by coming to us for money. And I think that that is part of the dilemma that is out there from the committee as a whole, is that, there's been a lot of discussion that they're trying to take soil money and use it in place of adjusting a rate structure. And so I think it's legitimate for us to consider that as we decide which projects we're going to do
Okay.
and not do.
We need a motion to extend the meeting 30 minutes.
So moved.
Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? In the next 30 minutes, I want us to have a motion that we all can vote on and give to Virginia and finish out the rest of our business today. Todd, go ahead.
Just be aware that rate structures in utilities are geared toward their operations and their maintenance activities, and you're talking about extending sewer systems and connecting new customers. Many utilities actually are, their underlying bond restrictions and everything will not allow rates to be used for this type of activity. This is really not a utility activity as much as it is a general purpose government activity of extending utility services into new areas. Most septic to sewer, if not all septic to sewer, is typically either funded through grants or other funding sources, or based upon the burden of those new customers that are coming in, paying their impact fee and their cost for constructing it. Because anytime you build a new subdivision, they are responsible for contributing all that infrastructure that's required to serve them and paying impact fees to handle the expansion of plants to serve them. In this case, most utilities are not allowed to take those costs and have those costs borne on their existing ratepayers. So rates affects a lot of the things that we talk about with maintenance and avoiding spills and improving treatment. Rates in general are not going to be applicable to this type of activity.
Courtney?
And I agree with what Todd said. He just says it so much better than I can. But I think the utility is doing exactly what everybody's been asking them to do, which is come to the table with septic to sewer projects.
That's right.
My only concern is, and this is only concern, is that it just locks up everything for the next 10 years, or next, whatever, 7 years. So that if we do get another project come in that's shovel-ready, we have to say no. And that is literally my only concern. And whether or not they have the capacity to do all of this on here. And that's my other concern.
Well,
So that's it.
You know, as a committee, we reserve the right to review the plan, to modify the plan, to drop a project that's stalled or county doesn't want to do or something else we like better comes before us. I don't know that we have to put, that type of verbiage in our motion to maybe reach out to the cities to see what they, what they're holding back, in their back pocket to give us on a rainy day. But I would say, if we can do that, we can proceed with the motion. I think the only other issue is if our reserve funding is going to change at all, or keep it the same.
I'll make a motion if you want me to.
I'm sorry.
I'd just like to comment.
Go ahead,
on
Charlie.
too. I would not like to put forward a project that we're going to fund and then get some money spent on it, and then we decide, a year from now, we don't want to do it, because then we've lost that money. I would rather that we take somewhere on this chart, and we've had a couple different points that we've discussed, to say we're not going to fund these that are over $4,000 or $2,000 maybe. Gives us some reserves or whatever the right term is, the economic term, and keep that available for whatever we might want to look at down the road. That's my suggestion.
You have a proposed motion, Courtney?
I do.
All right, hold on.
If you're ready.
Did you have a question?
Yes,
No?
because it's above the 43 line. Regarding, and it's for like a mini debate maybe about the value, which there is value for smoke testing. My question is, my concern is that there's a couple steps away from the value of actually removing nutrients from the lagoon. One, the efficacy of the test itself. Two, the likelihood of any change after that test after we receive the results. What's going to happen after that? So I don't want, that's over $1 million on smoke testing in this proposed, new proposals. So I was wondering if we could really quickly talk about that, whether or not it's it's an issue that would help the ordinance that's pending with the commission, or is this a dead end before we even talk about it?
What I was thinking, though, because I had the same thoughts, is I was thinking if we chose a number and made a motion, and then there was a second, then we could have discussion and amend that motion. at least that way we'd have a bottom, and then we're talking about all the projects above it. But because I'd like to talk that conversation about smoke testing as well, but I don't know what the committee's opinion is on how they want to handle that.
Happy with that. So, without any further discussion, I think do we have a motion, Courtney?
Yes, so there was the recommendation that we stay with the 82 million line.
Uh-huh.
So that would approve all projects up to 157, or, I'm sorry, project order.
Through
project number.
157?
Yeah, through 157. And with the recommendation that the Brevard County Utilities seeks matching funds, and the acknowledgement that the committee would recommend project replacements in the future if there seems to be no progress on the project, and we see another project come along that's better. So,
A second.
how to phrase that.
So that would leave us at 82. That would leave us with 21 million in our reserves, or the reserve count. And the additional 5% that we were just going to hold back for cost overage was what?
25,
So we're actually now underneath that amount we wanted to reserve with no additional funds to be able to fund other projects. I was just looking at, I think Virginia's point about some sort of incentive, maybe to raise the rates. Todd, you always bring such great information that I have no idea. But so I was thinking if we did the 143100, I'm sorry, North Merritt Island E, and then we added a couple of the 1500 ones, that way there would be some incentive for that conversation to at least be had. Todd, whether the bonds allow it to be moved or not, the rate, but left us maybe at 67 or 69, somewhere in there, that gives us a little bit more in our reserves for overage as well as additional projects.
To which one, Vinnie?
So you're saying maybe 45?
Line 46.
46.
45 or 46.
Well, 45 that's the 1431 on the dollars spent. I would go maybe, 2 or 3 of the 1500s below that. So maybe on my list, there's been so many of them that come around.
46.
Maybe Cocoa C or Sykes Creek U.
That would be 4.
Yeah.
47 would be 4.
47 would be 68.
Okay. Yeah. So 47, which is Sykes Creek U. That puts us at 67, which would save us about 46.
Okay,
I don't know, just a suggestion.
I'll accept that.
Well,
I mean, it makes sense, so.
In addition to,
You have to accept for yourself.
oh, you accept it? What's going on?
What did you say?
For the
You're just
second.
amending the motion.
Correct.
Oh, okay. In addition to our thoughts or contingency wording for the county utilities, is there any way we can also caution or remind the municipalities that now is a good time to, if you want this is, this coming year is probably your last chance to get in on it. If that is any way, shape, or form valuable to this particular motion, I think.
I think reaching out to them when we do it, that document should have some teeth in it, as much as we can. Courtney, are you? I don't want to burden you with the motion. Do you? Can you cite it from start to finish?
Sure. So we've changed it now to Cocoa C, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Just line 46.
So line 46. So we will be, make a motion to approve or recommend approval for projects up to line 46 with the contingency or with the recommendation that the utilities, Brevard County Utility, seek matching funds for their projects. And then also with the acknowledgement that in the future, if projects aren't moving forward, or we get a project that is better and has a lot more impact, that we have the authority, or we can recommend replacement projects.
That's the motion before us. Do we have a second on that motion?
Lorraine seconded.
Oh, you did already, Lorraine? All right. I wasn't aware of that. Is there any further discussion on that motion?
I think there is. Now's the discussion we wanted to have on the smoke testing.
Right.
Okay.
Mel, you brought it up. You want to?
Can you repeat it? My concern is that the over $1 million that would be coming from Sorrel funds for the questionable value of smoke testing itself, in addition to the lack of follow-through, assured follow-through, I think kind of offends our duties in the oversight aspect of what we're doing here, to make sure every red cent goes to somewhere effective. So that's why I I believe that it could and should be something that the utilities department should maintain as their own cost. And if and when their testing yields something ripe for us to then, help out with, I think that at that point in time, we should consider helping out with rebates for lateral repairs and things like that.
So you're voicing your opinion that you don't support funding smoke testing?
At this point.
At this point. And all of the smoke testing proposals equate to $1 million?
Yes, over $1 million. 1.110.
Can I make a comment? I think at the last time we spoke about this, we talked about including in the contract that there was a commitment to address the issues that they found in the smoke testing. Because I agree. I mean, we don't want to pay for smoke testing if they go, oh, well, that's too much.
Yeah, nothing with it.
So if that, if we include that there's, a report back to us how they're, fixing what they found, in that, there's a concerted effort made in their contracts, or, language in their contracts for them to make a concerted effort to address what was found in the smoke testing. But I think, with Brevard County Utilities submitting this, they're doing exactly what everybody complained about. People wanted them to fix their lines, wanted them to do this stuff, so that's exactly what they're doing, So if that was included in their contracts, and I think we talked about that last time, to get the funding, then I wouldn't have a problem with the smoke testing, because that's what we're here for.
I have a question about what you're saying, Courtney. So when you say that they address it, I mean, what we heard today was that out of the 30 houses that they knew from the smoke testing had problems, then only 8 of them were willing to address the problem. Only 8 out of 30. So who's going to address it? If the homeowner, because it's on the homeowner's property, if the homeowner decides that they don't want to do anything, how can the utility enforce that? They can't. So what kind of leverage do they have to address that?
Well, I think earlier we were talking about an ordinance, Brevard County passing an ordinance for lateral repair.
So if and when that ordinance does get passed, then we can revisit this, I think, as an issue that would have a little bit further follow-through, assured in the program.
Do you want it in the plan, but not contracted and allocated until such an ordinance was adopted?
That'd be a good idea. Because the other side of it, too, is the amount of attention it brought to the issue. So when people see that smoke pouring out of their front yards, that's a big deal to them. And so that's why you see some of these on here. I know there's other aspects to it, too. It's not just the lateral lines. It's the county side of it, too, that gives them an idea of where their problems are as well.
But the thing is, I mean, if you look at it, for one instance, the South Central lateral smoke testing. The South Central lateral smoke testing, that's actually, you're not even improving that project, so why would we even include smoke testing? Because don't do anything with it. You excluded South Central A, B, and B, C out.
For the septic system removal?
Yeah.
You're The smoke testing would be of existing
line.
service area.
Oh,
The
okay.
septic to
Okay.
sewer would be extending the service area.
I got you.
My concern is when we don't see the ordinance, and I understand an ordinance can be written, but again, how much teeth is the ordinance gonna have? And I understand encouraging the ordinance to be written. I just see it like that plumber said, where everything is really bad, and I think that the smoke test, yes, Courtney, when people see smoke coming over their yard, they know. I think the people that don't see smoke go, oh, I'm fine, I don't have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that maybe they do have a problem.
Mhm.
So I think smoke testing is a good tool, but I'm just weary of the dangers of it as well. I think we should hold off on that until the ordinance or.
Is $1 million in the grand, scheme, is it worth holding that back for $1 million? Is the
I don't want anyone telling me that I took their tax dollars and spent it on something
Yeah.
that couldn't be used, whether it was $5 or $10.
Mr. Chair.
John?
Yeah, as Virginia said, we can put it in the plan, leave it in the plan until the ordinance is enacted. So it doesn't change the motion, doesn't take anything off the list. The smoke testing, there's just too many benefits to be derived from doing it. And right now, you can bet somebody's watching this outside of the 2 or 3 people that normally follow us. And they're gonna say, well, if they're not interested in smoke testing, then why do we need an ordinance? And they're gonna use us as a reason for not enacting an ordinance. They won't be able to use us as a reason for not enacting it if we support smoke testing. So I for sure, and I've had this Terri Casto and I have been arguing all week long. And he is in Vinnie's camp. He's concerned about the people who have I don't see any smoke, so there's no problem, It's like your mother holding your forehead and saying, no, you don't have cancer, I don't feel any temperature. It's the same sort of thing. So, yes, I'm in favor of it. Let's go forward with it. Can we call the question now, or do we still need more discussion?
I think, well, hold on, Courtney's got something to say.
Well, I was just gonna say, with what John said, with the idea that, people would see no smoke and go, oh, I don't have a problem. Well, the problem is everyone doesn't think they have a problem now, and we're not getting anywhere. So, the more people we can get, the better. And I think what we've done over on the beach, you have higher water tables in other areas of the county that you may not have the problem that we had on the beach, where some of the smoke's not coming out. So it would be interesting to see how these other areas fare and the extent of these problems. I think the more data we have on the subject matter, the better. The ordinance will not work unless we have a smoke testing program.
That's right.
Because you do an ordinance, it's a code enforcement issue. I mean, if you don't confirm that there's a problem with their line, there's no way you can enforce it. So without that confirmation, that ordinance is not gonna work anyway.
Jay?
Well, I was just going to say, so why don't we leave in 1 or 2 of the smoke testing projects and take out the other 2 or 3? And, I mean, you say, what can we do with the $1 million? Well, the first 20 or so projects listed in here are $1 million. So that's 20 projects we could do in the future with that unallocated $1 million.
I'm at the position.
Say one thing to Courtney's point. I agree. What I would, and this was a question I had when the plumbers came and they talked about CCTV. I think if we were able to find another way to do pipe testing, and I know there's nothing that beats smoke testing when it comes to the cost, but if we were able to find another way that maybe was close to it, and you went to one house and they found a crack, you went to another house, they found a crack, you went to another house, you found a crack. Next thing, everybody on the streets can think, okay, we've got a crack. So I'm not saying that we don't do anything to handle with the laterals. I just didn't know if we could take that money and find another way to do the same thing we're doing, but either show somebody a picture of it so that they can see exactly how bad it looks, or another way to get them to do more.
I mean,
You'll spend more than $1 million doing what you just advocated.
Yeah.
What was that?
You'll spend more than $1 million in PR campaign than you will the actual smoke testing. Go ahead.
I'm used to structures where there's an appropriation and then there's an allocation. Is this for both? When we're moving for approval for the plan, or can we get into what maybe in discussion of like, we want this as part of the plan, but we don't want to spend anything right away on this particular project, or fully, spend on a couple proposals, but not all of them. Is that within our reach?
Courtney, go ahead.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think it is, but I also just want to bring up 2 points real quick. I don't know if Eddie was going to bid all these out at once, so that was one thing. Sometimes you get more bang for your buck when you do them all at once,
Yeah.
especially like, something, in their world, this is really cheap. So, when you're trying to get a good bid, you try to put them all together. And so that's one thing. We can't TV people's property without their permission. And we couldn't get people to let us just push a line down to sample the well underneath their property. So, I have to say, it's interesting to see how many people want the lagoon, repaired and restored, but they don't want to do anything, to help out on that. But that's a problem. So the only way to confirm whether somebody's line is leaking without their permission is smoke testing.
Well, I wasn't saying that we doesn't
You know.
necessarily use the CCTV, but some other way. But I think the one plumber actually said you could look, he could on some homes, look up from the right-of-way up the lateral. If it's not curved,
Right.
there's variables involved. And I wasn't saying we do that. Just another way that would be more,
Accurate.
yeah, more accurate.
And I think that, just my last comment, regarding the factors that we heard in the previous discussion, previous presentation about this issue, and how and when, I was like, okay, well, the smoke testing might not be the greatest idea after all. Are there ways to ensure that we mitigate those concerns that were brought up in these particular proposals somehow, some way? Like the appropriateness of the soil, the various hydrology issues and things like that, to ensure that we do get best bang for our buck type of results?
You mean limit the area that is smoke tested to areas with highest risk of loading groundwater migration to the lagoon?
Well, that in addition to the efficacy issues of the test itself. I don't know if we were able to draw some lessons learned from the satellite beach test or whatever other data set that the presenter was basing his opinions on, but I want to make sure that all those concerns are copy and pasted into our plan of action here. Does that make sense?
I don't know how to implement what you're saying.
Todd, you got a comment?
I just got a quick question about our confidence in the estimate, because smoke testing is routine and it's a normal, valid part of utility operations, but we've attributed what is a very cost-effective nutrient reduction. But when Dr. Listopad was up here earlier today and we had actual broken laterals, and I asked a question about our confidence and whether we've done the math on the actual leaking from laterals and what that mass loading is, the answer was no. So I don't know if we've gone back and revisited the basis of this the cost effectiveness of the smoke testing. Smoke testing is very worthwhile, and again, it's less of a question whether we should be doing it and than it is who should be paying for it, and what is it more of a contributor to, finding sewage that might be getting out, or is it more of a utility operation of managing I&I, which they need to be doing. So that's a little bit of the discussion, but a lot of our basis is that it looks really, really cost effective. Have we validated that?
So the cost effectiveness that's in this table was based on avoiding sewage overflows, right, which is specific to the satellite beach area. I did try to take Claudia's data and figure out, well, how does this compare to the nutrient loading from a septic system, and how does it compare to the cost of a septic to sewer project? I was using 5 out of 8 were maybe leaking out. What her data today indicated was maybe 7 out of 8, and so it's fairly comparable, with the limited sample size, the limited amount of information we have. I would say that the 3 cheaper projects are probably less than the $1,500 a pound that we're allocating to septic to sewer, and the two more expensive ones are, I'm not sure. They would be, they might be more costly per pound of nitrogen removed than investing those same dollars in more septic to sewer conversion or septic upgrades or.
I would recommend we exclude those two. We keep 2 in and take 2 out, and that way there's incentive for the ordinance to be written.
There's 5.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Five, yeah.
So then keep 2 in and take 3 out, or keep 3 in and take 2 out? As a compromise?
What was the, it was
There are 3 that are 104, yeah, 102
the
to
top 3?
120
Yeah,
a
keep the
pound.
top 3
So
in,
keep the top 3 in, and
exclude.
I'll agree to that.
Identify which ones those would be
Line 6, 7, and 8
to
to stay in.
to stay in.
And then
18 and
28.
Exclude 18 and 28. So that would be your amendment,
I
correct?
think that's a good compromise, so I'd amend my motion to do that.
Lorraine, do you accept her
And I'll
amendment?
accept that.
All right.
Do we have,
I think we're ready to call the
I think
question.
my brain is deceiving me. Are we ready to move to a vote on this?
No, you need public comment.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, and we have requests for that too, I apologize. These are, let me see if they're all on this one. They all appear to be. Okay, Lou, Mr. Kotnick?
Thanks. Lou Kotnick, live here in Melbourne. Thanks, great discussion. I endorse the idea of holding back some funds, whether it's for ultimate muck removal or for other projects that come up, so I think you're wise in doing that. And the other thing that I wanted to ask is, I don't think those documents were included as part of the package that we were emailed or have access to. And they were that?
They were not, we could not figure out how to ADA proof
Right.
this, so I can email it.
And so what I'm hoping
Yeah.
is, yes, that we can get copies of all those documents, because I think this is a very important discussion.
It's just a summary of what was in the packet, right? So what was in the packet was all the individual forms, and this is just a summary table of.
But to interpret it, working from
Yes.
here is going to be much, much,
Yes.
much easier than working from
I
there.
just didn't want the perception
I
that we were.
understand. No, no, I'm
withholding
not
information.
criticizing, I'm saying please. So, go for it.
Thank you, Lou.
Good idea.
Craig Wallace, please?
Good morning, or afternoon, I guess. Craig Wallace, Tortoise Island, and I'm also representing the region around where the current North Grand Canal dredging project is going on. I'll try to make this quick. In going through the packet, I noticed there is a dredging project in there for the next segment down, the central satellite beach muck removal in the Grand Canal. There is, I don't know for sure, but I believe there is an inaccuracy in the submission in that it states that a permitted county soil site exists in the area to deposit the muck. I don't know what site that is because it wasn't stated in here, but if it is the current site that is being used for the existing muck removal project, that is not, that is on a year-by-year approved for that use. It's a temporary use agreement that was approved by the people in the community around that to allow that site to be used. And the intention, and not the intention, it is in the agreement that it was only to be used for the North Canal dredging project. So, like I say, I don't know what the intention on the submission is, but if it is to be use that site, that is not available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Danny Straub. Hi there.
Hi again. Danny Straub, City of Melbourne Engineering Department. I wanted to let you guys know that Melbourne intentionally did not submit 3 or 4 projects that we have in the works for septic to sewer conversion projects because we've asked for some 319 money that we intended to use, hopefully be able to use soil funding to, as part of our match. We've got some state legislative money that we've asked for, that we're hoping to use some soil monies for some of those matches, and we weren't ready. Our philosophy has been since that first year when we submitted a bunch of projects, and now we're slowly getting to them, is have projects more shovel ready to submit to you guys to ask for funding. Design money wasn't accounted for in some of our original grant requests, and we found that the projects just weren't doable. I mean, couldn't acquire the land that we thought we had. Our concept on our napkins were bad, because that's what happens sometimes. So we're trying to get to much more ready projects to come to you guys to ask for funding, so it's available. So we didn't realize that the entire 10-year budget was being discussed. I don't think the cities realized that's where we were pushing for, because we were looking for more year-to-year projects. You know, we get this much revenue in, we're going to spend this much revenue to the next year and kind of move forward. We realize these projects take a long time to get done. The septic to sewer projects, have been listening to ours for how long now? And I still only have 3 residents attached, but we're working that way. So Melbourne would like to ask, don't give away all the money yet, because we have projects that are coming.
Are you communicating that with the county?
I believe there were several discussions about that within the last 10 days.
Okay, all right.
So we're working that way, but I feel I can represent the other municipalities in the county that have sewer systems. We don't always come, in that first deadline of submitting stuff, because we don't want to come and say, hey, we want to do this, and then we have to come back and we look bad because we've asked for $3 million, and then we can't do what we need to do. So we're trying to be much more responsible in asking for project funding when we know we can move forward, both in a stormwater standpoint, from a septic to sewer, to any of the projects in there. I also want to say that, some of the grants don't allow you to use smoke testing as a reimbursable. It has to be as a design criteria. Our city does smoke testing fairly regularly. When we have an issue with I&I, we line our pipes very regularly. So those are maintenance costs. Those aren't necessarily where to extend your sewer, where to create. I mean, I live in a house built in 1961 on the beach. The groundwater is really low. So we're going to have lots of movement of those pollutants, and those are very important to get rid of. But when you look at a big stream of things, I'm trying to pull 7 houses off, and I would really like to have the money to be able to do that, because my budget won't allow me using impact fees to do that.
All right, thank you, Danny. We need a motion to extend 15. We're out of time. Second? 15?
We need to vote on this one too, then.
Yeah, we've got to extend the meeting. Yeah.
Okay,
I
second.
got to extend the meeting. All right, all in favor of extending the meeting? Just 15 minutes, I think, will be enough. Any opposed? Okay. All right, so we have, we're ready to vote.
Is that all the public comments?
Well, I thought we had discussion.
Did we have all the public comments?
We did.
Okay.
Yeah. We have.
All right, I'm ready.
All in favor of adopting, or in favor of the amended motion that Courtney had specified and detailed at length?
Aye.
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 Do we have any opposed to that proposed motion? All right, so the motion passes. All right, thank you
I'm
guys.
sorry, I have to go too.
We are going to advance forward very quickly to the, we have a additional funding request with the city of Titusville on the Osprey wastewater treatment facility. Thank you for hanging in there.
No problem.
We still do, yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sean Stauffer, and I'm the utility director for the city of Titusville. I know that it's been a long meeting. You made a lot of decisions, and so I'll just be brief. I did write a letter to Ms. Barker. It's included, and it talks in there. There's also a staff report. And so we have our additional funding request is in 2 parts. The first part that we're requesting funding for is for increased costs. This project was originally scoped in 2016, and at that point, we looked at what we thought it would take to upgrade the plant. Just to give some context, the plant that we're upgrading is the first wastewater plant in the city of Titusville. It was built in the 1950s. I think we actually, Thompson Trawler sold us the land.
No, we gave it
Oh, we
to
gave
you.
it. Oh, well, thank you.
We
Okay.
gave it to you.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you. So, but you know, since the 50s, there's been many upgrades to the plant, and I think as we've gotten into design, we've realized that it's a lot more complex to do the work that we are proposing. It's also, you know, we're in 2019 now, so there's been a number of years of inflation. And I think some of the original assumptions that we would be able to use more of the existing equipment in the upgrade, and as we've gotten to 30% design phase, we're realizing now that we can't use that because we want to use gravity flow throughout the plant, and the elevations just don't work. So we're actually have to build more tankage than we thought. And so that's part of it. I will say, just to give you a little bit on where we are today with the project or where we've come from, the first estimates that came in, they were talking about an $18 million upgrade cost. And of course, that was well in excess of what anybody thought. And so we asked our consultants to sharpen their pencil and come up with a better way to do it because that just wasn't going to happen. And so we've now been able to get that down. We've come up with a different processing scheme, a different way to treat the wastewater that better matches our flows. And so we've brought that down now to a $12 million total cost. One of the other things during our 30% designs, we've come up with a small addition that we can make to the plant for about $300,000 that will take us from a reliable discharge of 6 milligrams per liter down to 3 milligrams per liter. So, you know, anytime you have an opportunity cost like that, and that gets us another over I think it's like 4,000 pounds, sort of 3,500 pounds of nitrogen per year for $300,000, and that's a great way to spend our money. So just to review, our request today is for a 10% increase in cost that we are aware that is allowed under the plan. That will help us reach the funding level. Currently, it's at $12 million, and the city's share is about $4 million. And then the second, and that 10% equals $800,000. The second request is for the $300,000 for the additional internal recirculation process to help lower the nutrients in the reclaimed water.
Thank you.
So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Go ahead, Lorley.
Yeah, I have a comment. I want to clarify. In the 1950s, my dad donated the original piece of property where the original plant was, and you probably did purchase the next piece of property where the additional tanks were built after our boat plant burned down.
Okay.
You know, as a kid, I would stand at the boat plant and watch what was coming up out of the sewage outfall that was right next to the boat plant, and I don't even want to describe what was coming up in that outfall. So, to sit here and see, how, you know, the difference in what was coming out of that outfall in the 1960s versus the proposed reduction is just incredible. So, yeah, I can't vote, but I certainly support this increase in funding.
I make a motion to approve.
I second.
Do we have any discussion? Jay?
Virginia, of the 800,000 with three, if I'm reading this right, I've lost my papers here. 300 of this is part of the project we just approved.
Both
Of the
were in
total.
the math that all those numbers on that sheet to get to 103 million potentially available for allocation. So if I had not subtracted out his 1.1, you would have had 104 million available potentially to allocate.
Oh, so the 800 is in here somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion as it's documented, explained?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have public comment? Any public comment on the motion? Anybody? Let's do that again. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to share our appreciation for the committee and the program and the ability to upgrade the plan and the funding that has been provided to the city of Titusville. We are very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. Where are we? Lost my agenda. I don't believe there was any other public comments today. If there was, I don't have a pink card for it, but you're welcome to come up if you were. Nope, okay. I don't have any final comments today except to say that I'm glad we got this over with. I did want Jay to take a minute and introduce himself to the group. I have no idea who he is, so. Jay, who are you?
Who am I? Okay. My name is Jay Monahan. My legal name is John H. Monahan, Jr. I am originally from Miami, moved to Merritt Island in 1998. My kids, I've got 3 boys. The 2 younger ones went through school here. The other one was already starting college at that time. Went to high school in Miami, went to Yale for my college, went to University of Florida for a law degree, practiced law for about 7 years, and then I transitioned into real estate development. And that's what I have done all the way up until the end of 2017 when I retired. So now I do a few volunteer things in the community and otherwise do my best to have fun in my retirement.
Well, good. That's what we all shoot for, right? Well, thank you.
Thank you
for coming aboard, and thank you for
I'm very pleased and
volunteering.
honored to be here. I'm sure it's going to be a very educational experience, and I hope I can bring something to the table.
Well, we're blessed to have you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? John, go ahead.
I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
All right.
That's it.
Merry Christmas. Meeting adjourned.
The opinions expressed by any member of the public during any period of public comment do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, or the program sponsor, and are solely those of the presenter. The Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, and the program sponsor hereby expressly disclaim any and all responsibility or liability for any defamatory or slanderous statements expressed by any member of the public during any such period.